To get busy. Well, it's time to get busy. Oh, it's time to get busy. We got to get ourselves to work. Yeah. Oh, hello. Good morning. But I don't have any concurrent viewers, so 4 viewers waiting. Interesting. So maybe you're there and maybe you're not. Well, this morning I'm going to limit my socio-cultural commentary to the following. So if you don't want to hear it, I'll try to keep it really short. And here's what I have to say this morning about the socio-cultural conversation. If you're on the far right, you've been insisting for 2 months that there's absolutely no way Trump could have lost Georgia. And yet, here we are this morning. We see that the Democrats are poised to retake not one, but both Senate seats in Georgia. If there's no way Trump could have lost in Georgia, then how is it possible that both Republicans lost in Georgia yesterday? I'll tell you how. It's really simple. It's not a conspiracy. It's not fraud. It's that the Democrats did the same things the Republicans did. They got out the vote. Okay, that's it. I'm done with my socio-political commentary. Well, good things going on here. I'm going to switch up here to the other screen. Let's look at Vegas. And the shot we ended up with yesterday, after a fairly brutal day of doing some work with Blender, which I think was well worth the effort. But on balance, I would say that it wasn't a win. I think the job would have been done better and quicker in Krita straight through. But that's just, I could be wrong about that. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this right here. As you guys probably know, I almost do everything at 8 frames a second, just because that's the nature of both the aesthetic of the show and it's also to a degree an economic choice. But if I take this little tiny tween right here at 8 frames per second and just speed this tween up to about 50% faster, that brings it up to around 12, and that little transition will snap a little bit more. I want to double check my properties here, and yeah, I did that wrong. I didn't think that looked like it had changed. Okay, so stop, Control Z. So let me split this. What I needed to do was hit Control Drag. There we go. I think that did the trick. And let's just check the. Yeah, 1.5 is really around where you want to be. That would take an 8 frames per second video or clip and make it play it back at 12. Okay, so the actual clip finished yesterday. Has a little bit of a camera move popped into it, just for sort of narrative effect. He says, "Oh yeah, you can sing. You're as free as a." Like, well, obviously you are a bird. Okay, so this clip, this was done yesterday. Everything here was done this morning. Okay, so basically between 7:30 and 8 o'clock or something, maybe 7. I don't know, somewhere in there. So I really just took the assets from the shot I just did and just kind of baked a few things down and rearranged them. And that seemed to work pretty well. Now, so now we got to do a little bit of acting. So let's go back here and see what we have. Okay, so she's already come to this position and we're on the wide shot. So what I want to do is, this is where she's going to say, let me look at the script. She says, but the point is you're free to go where you want, do what you want. And as I described and explained yesterday, this is a little bit of an unintentional, actually, shameless theft from the movie Aladdin, where I don't even know what they say, actually, to tell you the truth. I'd have to go back and watch the movie, but there's some scene where either Aladdin or Jasmine are lamenting their situation, and then it dissolves. Oh yeah, and in fact, it was actually Darren who let me know what it was months and months ago. Um, they both end on the same word, uh, and I can't remember what the word is. But anyway, this is kind of a similar type of transition. That's all. Not the worst crime in the world. Um, okay, so let's just look at this for a moment, and I would say that the wide shot can go, and I think that this close shot will actually be quite useful. So, what shot is this? Let me look at my editor. I believe this is 297, perhaps? Yes, 297. So what I'm going to do is actually resave this file, save as, and we'll just kind of change that to 297 and save it as a Krita file as well. And in this case, as I said, we really don't need the wide stuff, so I'm going to hit Control Shift X, get rid of that. And I would say I am going to take I'm going to take all this and move it downstream just to get it out of the way. It may wind up being useful, but basically I want to move this back to here. And sorry, that's her mouth. This is what I actually needed. And so here we go. But the point is you're free. The point is you're free. Okay. Now, we're going to kind of see what we can do with her acting. Okay, let's cancel this. This probably should just be saved at this juncture. And I'm just seeing a little bit of an attitude change here. So I'm going to hit the A key and go into liquefy mode so I can just do a little bit of massaging of her attitude. Just a little lift. And probably I might have to redraw a little bit of this one because it's obviously looking a little unbalanced, but the point is you're free. Okay. Again, whoops, need to be in the mouth layer. Do a free transform. And I think we'll just get rid of the mouth on this layer. Boom. Okay, and I'm not sure if I shouldn't maybe move that up a little bit, and it might be too extreme of a change. Okay, let me just think about this for a moment, because it's kind of a good example of where trying to use liquefy. I mean, we got a one frame tween here, so why don't we go ahead and fix. Let's fix her eyes, which are obviously out of whack here, and undo. It's kind of important to be in the right layer. Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. And where is my B key when I need it. Okay, so essentially the basic challenge right now is kind of in the fact that I am trying to take previously drawn assets and kind of make them work when that might be a bad idea. It might be better. No big deal. Looks like OBS disconnected and reconnected again. I got it set to reconnect pretty quickly, so that seems to be working pretty well. But it's still a little annoying for sure. Alright, so I'm going to kind of do it that way and see what we get. No real comments yet this morning. Okay. Okay, and maybe on this one, since I'm kind of going this direction, I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of specular there. I like it. I actually do like it, and I think this probably we should grab this. Oh, well, actually, that's not right. That needs to be black. Hit insert. I like that. I like the expression, the wistful. The point is, you're free. Okay, and maybe I'm going to take this initial expression, and I keep drawing into the mouth layer when I don't mean to. I'm going to actually flip this over so I want to see if I can make it look like she's just wistfully looking off as opposed to looking up at the bird so much. Okay, so now I better flip it back so I can get that, because she's got this faraway look in her eyes here in this frame, which I think is working pretty well. So, and obviously we've got a little bit of, let me just look at this. Yeah, it's a little off balance. Why don't we just move this around? And it seems that we kind of got away with it in the earlier shot, but I don't think it's working quite so well here because we're going to be sitting on this pose for kind of a long time. So now let's just zip way the heck in and grab that color and see what we can do as far as getting that wistful, faraway look I was referring to. So things are humming along pretty well, I would say. I got about 18 seconds of show completed yesterday, and then this morning, just by doing reusing some of these assets, I actually have gotten several seconds already done again this morning. So we're actually, for the first time in the last week or so, we're really getting to the pace we need to be at if we're going to crank out a complete episode every let's say 2 to 3 months, actually. Yeah, I like that. The point is, you're free. Okay. So now what I want to do, let me look at the tweens here. Yeah, I actually want this blurry tween again. I think I'm going to need it. And then here we probably should just delete her mouth out of that. And I'm going to say, just to keep things sort of clean and fresh, I'm going to just get rid of all those other keys. And this is what I find myself doing a lot, is baking layers down into a single layer, or just getting rid of the chaff as we go along. I'm going to hit the G key and then the E key so I can be in erase mode, and I'm just going to go right along here and clean up this edge, just because that's a bit of a hiccup I didn't notice earlier. This tween, again, I don't know for sure that it's going to wind up being needed or not. Loading cool. I think you probably meant looking cool, maybe? I don't know. Probably. I'll guess. But thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, wait, I see. Your name is loading and you said cool. Got it. Right. Gotcha. Sorry. Little brain fart this morning. I'm moving a little bit slow. Okay, so Tianara is zoom. Okay. At 8 frames per second. All right. So I'm gonna do a little experiment. This is for my own enrichment because I'm kind of curious about this. So hopefully this will make sense. The question really has to do with tweens. If we're going to, so let's use as an example, I'm going to draw, we'll kind of zip in a little bit close here. I'm going to draw an arm. Okay, and actually, you know what, let's draw the arm in the extended position like he just punched somebody. So you've got a deltoid, and one of the things you'll learn if you read Disney Animation, The Illusion of Life, the seminal book on animation, one thing you'll see the Disney guys learned was to balance curves against straight lines. So here with a punch, I'm going to go ahead and allow this to be a straight line and then kind of balance against a curve on the top, which might be a little non-intuitive. The truth is you could do it either way. So you could keep the bottom straight here, give them a little bit of bicep, and then actually straighten this part out and curve it this way. At the end of the day, I don't personally think that way looks as good, but it actually doesn't matter that much. Either way works. But the balancing of straight lines against curves tends to be a bit of a win. So that's just something to think about in your own work. But so I'm hitting the G key and then the E key, by the way, so that I can erase quickly. Essentially, that gives you a lasso erase in Krita, and then I just hit BE, which switches from the freehand path tool back to the brush and switches it back out of erase mode. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw this fist. Okay. All right. So Steve Riggs, hey dude, must say I do like to look at this animation, learn a lot about your process too. Really appreciate the way you take the time to explain what you're doing. Yeah. Well, the great thing is that it's become very simple and economical to do so, because all I'm doing is I'm just turning on the live stream whenever I'm going to get to work. And I'm just kind of explaining what I'm doing as I go. So anyway, the question here is, if you're going to do a punch, you think about you're going to draw back and then you're going to punch. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that we're going to allow that to take place in the space of 1 second. And again, what I'm trying to get at here is I'm going to do a little test here that speaks to the question of what kind of tweens look best when you're relegating your work to 8 frames a second. And you'll see what I'm talking about here in a moment. Okay, so in both cases, actually all 3 cases, I'm going to try. I'm going to start out with a straightened out arm, and I'm also going to end with a straightened out arm. So let's just say actually maybe we'll just leave it like this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say my midpoint, I am going to now use this asset. We're going to pretend that it's colored in. Okay, I'm not going to bother to color it in because I'm just looking at timing issues. Okay, so what I would probably typically do in Krita is I would go to the frame where I want to make a change, and then I'm going to hit the A key, and then I'm going to go ahead and center this on the shoulder. So I'm going to draw the arm back, and I'll go this far just so I'm not going off the page. And then I'm going to hit the S key again, grab this area of it. Again, we'll anchor that where the elbow would be, and then just adjust to taste. Okay, so we're going to say that this arm has now been drawn back, ready to make a punch. Okay? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so now the question I was kind of wondering about is, and I'm going to spread this out a little bit, is should the tween be even? Should it be, should it favor the initial position, or should it favor the final position? So actually, rather than confusing things, I guess I'll get rid of those keys. As you guys can see, I tend to change my mind a lot. Okay, the timing of that's pretty good. So now the question is, where should the tween be? If the tween was in the center, okay, if the tween was in the center, then we would obviously go like this. We would basically say, okay, let's put it in the center. and then maybe kind of sort of put, actually this would probably be something like that, okay? So let's just kind of look at that. Okay, so as you can see, this is the problem you'll run into at 8 frames a second, is if you make everything even and balanced, it's going to look choppy. Okay, but the real thing I wanted to test was, what if this was a really brisk movement like that? Now how does that look? Okay, so let's look at that. Let's now compare that. Let's change the tween. This time, and I'm going to turn on onion skins so we can see what the heck we're doing. This time, I'm going to make the tween favor the initial position. So I'm only going to move it this much. And I'm going to then do the opposite, and we're just going to kind of see which looks better. Okay? So I'm going to go like that. Yeah, I guess we'll do it that way. I have a little bit of latitude here in terms of the exact positioning, but let's take that, and now let's go. So again, all we're trying to figure out here is, if you're going to be working at 8 frames a second, what type of tweening looks best? And we'll just say which feels best. Okay, so for me, there's no question about it. It's number 2. No question. Number 2. Okay, so in traditional animation parlance, that would be called easing in. So in other words, we know we want a very snappy movement. And by the way, just to be, completely accurate here, it's probably the case that, there's probably a strong case to be made for this. No tween at all. One of the things I like about 8 frames per second is the snap that gives you. What you get in exchange for the snap, which is having to do something like this without a tween, because basically in the amount of time it's got to take, there just aren't enough frames to split it up into a bunch of tweens the way you can at 24 frames per second. And what I find is, surprisingly often in practice, it actually looks better when it's got that sort of self-enforced snap. But what about when you want to do something that moves a little slower? Okay, let's take a look at this option. Let's say, what if we took this option that's evenly tweened, let's split this out like so, and then add both of the tweens back in. So here's the initial tween, and then here's the late tween. And so then that gives you this, and it allows you to obviously move things a little slower. I think the basic flaw here is that and it really is a flaw, is what I'm seeing is, from a tweening standpoint, when you want that snap, you almost never get a good result by splitting the difference evenly. Okay, so this is not that good. This is definitely the best. So a little bit of movement and then snap. This probably is simply weak because the final position, or I should say the tween, is not actually as close to the final position as it should be. So I'm going to correct this one just to see if it gives a better result. So I'm going to actually move that way back to there. And I wanted to do this exercise because, just based on my own work, I was kind of curious if I could learn something about tweening that would allow me to get a successful result more often without too much experimentation. So, okay, so yeah, so here the idea of easing out, you can see the benefit of easing out, but for a snappy movement like a punch, it seems pretty clear that what you would want to do is ease in. You'd want to have a little bit of motion to signal the audience that something's about to happen, and then boom, you're there. As opposed to boom, and then it kind of eases back out of it. So it would look to me that, like, for snappy motion, you generally want to, if you're going to have a tween, the last thing you would want to do is put it in the center. And it's arguably even worse to put it close to the end of the motion. It looks to me like for you know, for cartoony, snappy motion, you're probably, I would bet that it's going to turn out most of the time this is what you want to do. A small tween and then a big one, and then a big jump. Okay, so now here we've got a center position. Let me see here. Let me just double check this. Center position. Okay, yeah, and this is a little stupid. We've actually got the same tween twice in a row. So let's fix this. This will be interesting, because one of the questions that then arises in regard to working at 8 frames a second is, what do you do when you really need things to move slowly, you know, to sort of slowly evolve from one position to another? Can you do that without it looking choppy? And I will say that it's actually kind of hard not to have a certain amount of choppiness working at 8 frames a second. But actually, there you go. Now what we see here is tantamount to what you see in shows like Del Toro Quest. So clearly, I think this is probably the most instructive thing. Okay, if you're going to go for a slower motion, okay, fine. You want to have a tween that's essentially in the center, but the other two tweens want to very closely flank the extremes. So you've got an extreme with a little change, midpoint, another extreme, or another, well, let's say an extreme, and then if we go back one from it, again, a tween that's only a small change. And that, for me, that's a pretty smooth result, actually. That looks pretty good. I will venture to say that if you did everything completely splitting the difference, that it wouldn't look as good. But let's find out. Let's take this tween. Okay, we can see where our positions are. So let's just take this guy right here, and let's just split the difference. So we'll put it here, and maybe bend the elbow a little bit. Okay, and then this one, let me see here. We've got to go here, here. Frankly, this one's pretty darn close to the center already, the truth be known, but maybe we can try to push it towards more of us. That's pretty close to the center. So now the question becomes, which of these two looks better? This one is, the second one is more straight splitting the difference. The first one is saying, let's put the tweens closer to the extremes. And I would say, in terms of smoothness, it's about the same. In terms of looking natural, I would say no question, number one is better. So I'm just gonna say, for me, this is probably gonna become a bit of a rule. All right, is that when it comes to tweening, I want my tweens to favor my extremes. So I'm gonna drag this back here, get rid of all these, and then we're gonna say a slow drawback, and then I would guess that what I want now is a small tween here, and then an amazingly quick jump to the extreme. Okay, so this is actually easing out, because so what we've got is this relatively smooth drawback that favors the extremes. So there's very little change right here. He's in a locked position, and then again a very small change, and then pop. That should be our punch. Let's see how it feels. Ready? Boom. Okay, now if this was a real punch, I would actually say this is the right solution. You don't even have the tween. Boom. So obviously, that probably saw that coming. So anyway, okay, that helps. That helps me kind of get it set in my mind. You can see, again, coming back to this is one of the problems, is we've got a tween here that isn't quite working, and I would say, I'm going to just really go out on a limb here and just try this, and it might backfire, but that's okay. I'm going to say, let's grab this, and we might have to brush it up to clean it up, but yep, I'm going to take this, and because she was in that sort of up position with her hands, I'm just going to go like that, just kind of move things into position. What I'm wondering is if that gives a nicer result here. Okay, I would say yes, but with the qualification that in point of fact this transition will probably look better if the tween's not there at all, actually getting rid of it completely. Now if I wanted to fix this up, normally what I would do is I'd hit the B key for a brush. I'm going to grab this oil paint brush. Seems to be a pretty good one for just combining painting with smudging. It's pretty good for that, so you can kind of dive in. And so anyway, feel free to weigh in with comments if you have them. So but I will say in terms of smooth motion, that tween does look better. Now I think that if this was a little transparent, let me just see. Yeah, I think it, because what's happening is the blockiness of it is kind of grabbing your attention. So I'm going to try one more experiment. Again, at the end of the day, I'm probably going to get rid of this tween completely. But I think what I'll do is take my paintbrush, turn the opacity way down and put it in erase mode. And then what I want to do is jump back here, and pretty much everything that's not too far off the previous pose, just get rid of it and just see what that does. I literally haven't tried this and just don't know what it's going to look like. Right here, I think obviously her hand is. I read something about the Disney artists back in the day when they actually looked at film. They were really surprised at how much motion blur there really was that they didn't expect. Yeah, again, it really grabs your attention. So I'm going to take it even further. I'm actually going to grab my my airbrush, again in erase mode, and I'm really going to knock this out in a big way just to see what happens. Interesting. Very interesting, actually. Okay, what I'm doing right now is I want to make this actually cleave as close to the prior shot as possible, just again, just to see what's going to happen. I'm really trying to just get this workflow down to a science, that's all. So I'm just kind of trying things. Yeah, see, that's the best one yet, I think. It almost makes the tween look invisible. Except a little bit right in here, I'm seeing... Yeah, honestly, I think, I'll bet you if I get rid of this entirely, let's just kind of turn this down. Let's get rid of all this. This is not really helping. I suspect, again, I could be wrong, but I suspect that's going to look the best. And I would say it does, with, again, the caveat that it probably would look best if the tween wasn't there at all. But there's no big reason to have to get rid of it at the moment. So let's kind of forge ahead. So, well, obviously you are a bird. But at least, okay, so she says, but the point is you're free. All right, so let's jump up here. And let's just get some voiceover in there. Whoa! Wrong brush there, Jack. But... whoopsie. Made the quintessential error. I'm in the wrong layer. But... G key, and I think I'll turn on the onion skin so I can really see what I'm doing. but the sorry, I'm going to do this on 2 frames, but the point is your let's do a 2. Let's do it that way. But the point, okay, but the point is you're free. Okay, I saw something strange. Yeah, right there, look at that. That grabbed my attention, so let's jump back down here and fix that right now. Now, obviously, this wouldn't even be an issue if it wasn't for the stupid tween. So, what is going on here? I'm in the Tia layer, and okay, turns out that's in the mouth layer. So I need to jump back to here. Oh, I see what's going on. Sorry. Hit the insert key. That solves that problem. And right here, erase mode. There we go. Problem solved. Okay, so this key, I am going to say maybe we need a closed mouth transitional. Not in erase mode. Mouth layer. Okay. I think that'll probably look alright. Okay, and I don't think the pause here is helping either. But the point is you're free. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these guys. Sorry. Drag these down here. Okay, really, Krita? That's what you're going to do? Grabbing these 2 keys, Control, drag. Thank you. Now I'm going to okay, you can see what's going on right here, by the way. This is an unfortunate thing about Krita. It caches the animation frames in memory, and what it does, its default algorithm is the opposite of what you would want, meaning that when you make a change, the one thing that's really important to have cached in memory is the change, and in fact, it's the last thing to get cached in memory. So therefore, you can't really see your changes unless you hit the play button. As you can see, it turned into all dark, which means that those are now in memory. So the problem here, I am having a bit of a stupid attack, but that's okay. I think what I'm going to do is, since this is the pose we're on, I should just say that there are actually a bunch of potential changes I'm going to make here. I'm just doing a little experimenting to sort of feel what I have in mind here. So bear with me, folks. Some of this may not look like it actually makes all the sense in the world. So I'm going to take the A key here, and as suggested by my experiment a moment ago, I'm going to make a very, very limited tween. Like this. With the idea that, okay, but we don't actually want to go to this pose. To be perfectly clear, we really don't. What I do want to do is take this, put it here, and then fix the arms. B key. Let me save my work. Because I'm thinking what I want here is I really want a pose closer to this. Alright, so I'm going to see if I can just kind of fudge the feeling. To paraphrase Sam Cooke, feel the feeling, don't fight the feeling. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put this arm behind. This is actually gonna work. I can tell right now that this is gonna work. So this tween should be gotten rid of. Put this one here. And then what we're going to do is, I'm really visualizing here. I'm thinking in my mind where things are so that I can just literally put it in there without even having to draw it. That's what I'm trying to do. So as I like to say, I'm working from the known to the unknown. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Need to go in and do a little tracing. Let's clean this elbow up a skosh right there. Let's maybe make that a little rounder. Okay, and I'm not going to bother with the outlines at the moment. Let's just get it looking right first. So here I can go like this and put in a little wrinkle action. Boom, done. Okay, that wasn't quite right, but it definitely is quick. Okay, and maybe, okay. So she says, the point is you're free. Free to, boom. Okay, I'm going to A key, liquefy. We want to, so what I'm doing is I'm going to go like that. That's it. And now I'm going to maybe go a little bit more. Look at that. Oh my gosh, it's so easy. Okay, and then here I'm going to go ahead and tween this twice. Let's see, did I get to that pose? Yeah. So now I'm going to go, I'm really kind of thinking on my feet here. I'm going to anchor it there, go like that. And then here, I'm gonna go ahead and hit shift so that I can just add to the selection. I'm giggling because I can tell this is gonna look good. And I'm gonna go ahead and put a third tween here just to see how it works. Just to see how it works, because what I'm doing is I'm using her body language to reinforce what she's saying. And frankly, that's going to require a good deal of cleanup, but that's okay because the cleanup's going to be stupidly quick. Okay, let's just see what that looks like. I'm going to hit the G key, so I'm using the freehand path tool. Boom, sampling, hitting control to sample that color, and boom. Okay, that tween's fixed. Okay, this one just needs some outlines. Here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Okay, so what I'm doing right now, kind of vis-a-vis the conversation that we had yesterday about, which people ask all the time about, why do you use Krita instead of OpenToonz, instead of Blender, instead of whatever, you know, pick your favorite software. This is why. Because yes, it's true that the plastic tool or whatever other magical animation tools you might want to use can be very useful. What I find is more often than not, it's actually quicker and just as effective, if not more so, to just chop things into pieces, move them around, and then go in and just clean up the mess. Okay, and here we've got probably a worst case scenario. So let's oops, I need to be in erase mode. So I'm gonna hit the E key, boom, sample this guy, and then let's just go boom like that, color this all in, and then just come back in and pick up the highlights in the natural way. And pretty close, probably not quite perfect there, I would say. It looks to me like her arm might have changed length a bit, so I'm gonna, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Hello, let go, let go. Okay, so S key, what I'm going to do is actually grab this section right here, hit the A key, and yeah, I think I'm going to have to liquefy it. So that, whoops, I want regular liquefy mode. So I'm going to grab this and just kind of stretch that a little bit that way and maybe stretch it back a little bit that way. So I think that's probably going to be okay. Might require a little cleanup, but no big deal. Okay, so checking messages, there's no messages. So cool, let's go back to the beginning of the shot. And so she says, well, obviously, okay, so we've got 6 concurrent viewers. So what I'll do is do a really quick recap of what the heck's going on today, for those of you who haven't really been around. Okay, so I'll do this in less than 1 minute. Okay, yesterday I did this shot here. Well, actually, starting here. Okay, so the bird's singing. Oh, yeah, you can sing. You're free as a tweet, tweet, blink, blink. Well, obviously, you are a bird. Okay, so that's what was done. Actually, this shot was done this morning, but everything up to here was done. This big long shot, which I actually have split in the middle. It's about 18 seconds, 15, 18 seconds. That was all done yesterday. So now we're coming back here. Good morning, Inyo-san. Okay, so her next line is, she says, well, obviously you are a bird. She says, but the point is you're free. Okay, and she has this kind of wistful look in her eyes, and then she kind of, when she says you're free, she looks up at the bird. Free to do what you want, go where you want. Okay, so you can see why I'm using the hands and the body language, and then what's going to happen, just so you know, is when she gets through this line of dialogue, she's saying free to do what you want, go where you want, wear what you want, and it dissolves into Mel back at the river doing his homework, saying the same thing that she's saying. So the you're free to do this, do that becomes a transitional device to get me from this sequence back to the river with Mel and the monkey. Hope that makes sense, folks. Okay, so that's what we're doing. But the point is you're free. Free to go where you want. Okay, now it's worth mentioning that none of this lip sync is correct. None of this is right. This is all from the previous scene. I'm going to actually just take it out. Okay, take it out and redo it. So hitting the G key in the mouth layer. Okay, so she says, waiting. Okay, sorry about that. I was just waiting for OBS to reconnect. I noticed that we were disconnected there for a moment. When I was so rudely interrupted, I was making the point that usually I tend to put lip sync on every other frame. So that would be at 8 frames per second on 2s, which would be the same as every 6 frames if you're working at 24 frames a second. For whatever reason, TNR seems to look better in her speech when she's on 1s, which would be the same as being on 3s if you're working at 24 frames a second. Just saying. Free to do what you want. Okay, now let's move this back here. So she says, do what you want. Go. I'm going to say go. All right, so let's go. Go where you want. And I'm going to go where don't quite like that. I'll say one of the things I'm appreciating about Krita, this didn't used to be the case, is it used to be if there was already a keyframe there and you hit insert, it did not immediately delete the key that was there and give you a blank key, and it seems to work that way. Hey Dizzy, good morning. So that's kind of a good thing. So what did I say? Let me look at my script. She says, but the point is you're free to go where you want, do what you want, and I added try to keep the script kind of in sync. Where, what you want. And then that becomes the transition into, well, this says cut to meld. This is actually dissolve for what it's worth. All right, so we'll save that. So we're on page 19, and by the way, this is actually another thing that's kind of cool to look at, is as my workflow's been firming up and getting better and better, I'm actually a minute and a half short right now. Okay, my show is a minute and a half short, whereas a month ago it was 4 minutes short. So it seems that as we're getting a little closer to the characters, they're beginning to emote and act more. It's really playing, you know, the edits coming together. It's actually shaping up to be what I've always found with filmmaking turns out to be the case. It's traditionally thought that 1 minute of script should equal 1 minute of screen time, and after making 8 films, you know, writing and directing 8 pictures, I found that that was exactly the case. It is always the case that your show comes out to be pretty much spot on, 1 page. Now, it's interesting to note, though, in this case, this script is 54 pages long, and what I'm shooting for is a 48-minute episode. So that means that arguably we're actually running a little bit long. Well, what you find when you edit a film, or in this case obviously a cartoon, but it's the same process, what you find is that if I have to go in here and I'm not thinking like an auteur filmmaker where my priority is that, well, I just want to tell the best story possible. That's a myth anyway, because there's 100 ways to edit any scene that will work. The point that I'm getting at is that okay, so we just reconnected. So the point I'm making that I want you guys to take away is that when you're editing a film or a show, it is not a bad thing at all to force yourself to edit this thing to a specific time, even right down to the second. Okay, this show is going to be 48 minutes long. Right now, based on where we're at in the timeline, 17 minutes. Based on where we're at in the script, 19 pages. We're theoretically a little bit short, but the script itself is 54 pages, so that means we're probably actually just a tiny bit long at this point, because we're going to have to chop this down to 48 minutes. You will always find it to be the case that your show improves when you start chopping things out. So don't be afraid to ruthlessly edit. That was kind of my point. So she says, but the point is you're free. Free to do what you want, go where you want, wear what you want. Okay, I want to let this word, yeah, just let that stretch out a little bit. Let it breathe, baby. Let it breathe. Okay, so now having done that, let's jump to the T layer and start cleaning things up a bit, because we got a little bit of issues here with our outlines, since I basically just really quickly smacked in these shapes on the assumption that it was going to work, and in fact I think it did. So we'll go a little bit on the dark side here with our on the dark side, ooh, on the dark side. Remember that one? You probably don't. Statistically, most of the viewers of my YouTube channel are a little bit too young to remember John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band with a song called On the Dark Side, which was in a made-for-TV movie, gosh, around 1982 or 83, something like that. What was that movie. It starred Michael Pere, and because there really wasn't that much made for TV content for the second tier cable channels, at that point in time, the movie got played over and over. It was insane how much they played it. I don't remember what it was called. It was kind of a bit of a play on West Side Story. It was like a gang thing. West Side Story, or, well, of course, West Side Story is actually simply Leonard Bernstein's adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. You know, instead of being in, you know. Okay, now we have a problem. Do we have a problem? Actually, no, we don't. Because we got rid of, I don't know why, I'm not sure why OBS seems to be reconnecting and disconnecting so often, but what do we got? I'm going to try to smack this out all in the space of, you know, like a minute. So here we go. Boom. 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 We're going to try to make this into a speed paint when it's not really a speed paint. This is transitional. You can see it's actually a one frame tween. Therefore, we actually have a lot of latitude to be sloppy. Hate to say that, not trying to encourage you to do sloppy work, but the reality is if the audience is never going to see it, you probably don't need to worry about it that much. All right, so here I'm going to be a little bit more loosey-goosey with the fingers, because anything that's only on the screen for one frame just... Now this one I need to be more careful with because it's going to be sitting there for a while. To be exact, about a half a second, I believe. A little more than half a second. So I don't know about my minute. I think I've exceeded that already probably, but that's okay. Boom, 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 boom. Whoops. Yeah, I can probably... Actually, I think I'll redo that. Boom, boom, okay, that's weird. I've got a musical jingle in my head. A jingle that I wrote in probably 89. Not a great jingle. It was actually kind of infectious, but it just wasn't that great for the client. I didn't really know what I was doing at that point in time. Come and see the Academy of Martial Arts was the hook line. Come and see the Academy of Martial Arts. Yeah, it's pretty lame. All right, and then let's go here. Boom, 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 boom. So your mileage may vary, but sometimes I find it's helpful to actually go do these little short boom, 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 little short motions. I relate it a lot to jazz improvisation. What you're really trying to do with your physical skills, whether it's drawing or whatever it is, what you're trying to do is get to the point where you're able to consciously think it in your brain and then have your body immediately do what your brain thought. So you're trying to eliminate the delay period of having to really think about it all the time. Until you get to the point where you have that muscle memory, basically you really aren't going to be an expert at what you're doing. The good news is gaining that type of coordination actually happens really, really quickly. And I'll give you actually a little magic trick you can try to improve that skill. Streets of Fire. It was Eddie and the Cruisers. It was Eddie and the Cruisers. So thank you, Steve, for pointing that one out. I remember that. Eddie and the Cruisers. Man, they played that movie a lot. It was insane. So the exercise you can try is the next time you have a conversation with someone, practice, and this is a very Taoist thing, actually. It's the idea that doing less is almost always more effective than doing more. When you're having a conversation, visualize the words you're about to say being written across the screen in your mind, so you actually see the language, the words in your language, whatever your language is. But see it before you say it. It'll cause you to think before you speak, for one thing. which is for most people probably a good thing. But you'll find that you'll feel it. You'll actually go, wow, you know, this is kind of weird. Um, well, let's just leave it at that. You try it. Try seeing what you're going to say in your mind before you actually say it, because you're training the same dynamic that a good jazz player has, where they're able to make a decision what they're going to do, and then they do it. But they're so adept at doing it because they've trained their muscle memory that it looks like it's just spontaneous, when in fact it's not. What they're doing is they're making a decision and then choosing to act, but they're just real fast at it. I believe I am correct in asserting that that is what is actually going on. But anyway, okay, so do we need some shadow action here on her hands? Well, folks, there's shadows here. Why would there not be shadows everywhere? Okay, so let's go black. Let's lock the alpha, and then let's turn the, well, actually I need to hit the G key, and then turn the opacity down typically to about 11 or 12%. And what we will do is just kind of go like this. It's the same thing. Looks like, so there we go. So we're actually almost done with the whole TNR sequence, which is really cool. Checking messages, there are none. Yeah. Streets of Fire and Eddie and the Cruisers, man. A little later on, Michael Pare was in a movie about the I don't think it was the Philadelphia experiment, but I think it was a different movie about the same thing, which was the whole, you know, maybe aliens came and transported people through time and all kinds of fun stuff like that. In Philadelphia in the 1940s. Okay, I actually think we might be close to done. What time is it? Yeah, I mean, it's 9 o'clock. We're doing okay here today. I think it looks pretty good. So I'm going to say let's go to 64 frames a second, or I mean 64 frames total. This is 297. I'm saving my work, and I'm going to render this. And it's a little easier to see the tiny numbers on my other screen. So we're going to go like this. Render that baby. Switch to this screen. Let's go here. See what we've got here. Yes, this right here is actually a storyboard shot. So I'm going to move this out of the way, and then I'm going to grab it in the media list so that I can then bring in 297, boom, boom, open the sequence like so. So, hey, Darren, last day of your Christmas break, last time I can join you. Hey, no problem, brother. Hey, guys. He was in the Philadelphia. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Steve's got the trivia down, man. Steve is the man when it comes to the trivia. Well done, my friend. Okay, so she says, oh, yeah, you can sing. You're free as a tweet, 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 tweet. Well, obviously you are a bird. Tweet, tweet, tweet. But the point is you're free. Free to do what you want, go where you want, wear what you want. And then it transitions into Mel saying the same basic kind of thing, and that's our transitional device. And we are at 1733. We are doing okay. Okay, so guys, here's what I'm going to do. I just saw Val get up, so I'm going to go hang with her for like 2 to 5 minutes. I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to launch into another, a completely new sequence. So that'll be all kinds of fun. All right, so hang in there. Don't go anywhere. Give it about, maybe 2 to 5 minutes, and I will be back. Okay? Ciao. point me in the right direction. Your vid about setting the graphics card. Yeah, that's definitely useful. Link when the stream restarts. Well, the stream's still going, so yeah, I think you're in good shape. Okay. Problems with it lagging last night. It's no miracle, but it helps some users and just seems to help overall stability. Yeah, you know, and I have to say, I mean, I feel like I learned a valuable lesson yesterday. Let's jump back here to the edit, and you'll kind of see what I mean. The shot was done. Most of these keys were drawn actually and inked in Blender. And I sort of came away yesterday with the same conclusion after working with Blender yesterday that I had come to using Tahoma a few days earlier, which was that, you know what, this all would have gone a little smoother and faster if I would have just stayed in Krita. I came to the exact same conclusion yesterday. And now this is, to a degree, maybe a bit of evidence of that, because this shot, which is what, 13 seconds? Okay. That was done yesterday. Now this morning in 1 hour, I've done another 16 seconds in 1 hour. Yeah, I saw that, Amar. Thank you. I'll go. Well, let me see. I don't know if I can change that while I'm live. Let me look here. Right. In addition to Krita, I use OpenToonz and Blender using whatever happens to be. You know what? That's my typical misspelling. I type too fast and I spell the word the HTE like very often. I think that's the glitch that you were referring to. In spite of all the wonderful capabilities of name your favorite software, family can come back to despite limitations most of the time. So there, I saved that. I don't know if it'll actually be updated in the when I reuse the streaming settings, because YouTube seems to keep defaulting back to whatever the description was the first time I ever. Oh, it was the word use? Where? I'm not seeing that. It says in a. I guess I need to slow down here. Chronicling the adventures of an unlikely trio of young people thrown together on a quest with implications far greater than any of them imagine. This double-length episode kicks off a 12-episode story arc. I am me, single filmmaker. Yeah, I mean, I guess I am, with extensive experience in writing, directing, scoring, entertainment, and corporate media. That's all true. That's all true. Having always been a cartoonist, in 2018 I turned my attention away from live-action filmmaking to animation. Projects in development include an anime, Futurama fan film, and this cartoon. A real world animating, a real product, not content curated to make it all look. It was just the, okay, thank you. Okay, cool. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, you know, again, to be accurate, what you have here is the ability to reuse a lot of assets, running some sequences in reverse. If you go back, which Darren, I suppose you tend to do a replay, so if you go back to the earlier part of the stream today, I did a bit of an experiment with tweening at 8 frames per second, which you may find useful. Kind of learn some things about, you know, do you want to, if you're going to get from here to here, if you're going to tween, do you want to favor the midpoint, favor the start point, or favor the end point? And the strong conclusion I came to is you probably want to favor your start point so that you're doing an ease in generally. But anyway, you may find that useful. Okay, so I'm also going to recap my social commentary I'll try to keep it to 30 seconds. And my social commentary this morning is this. If you're a Trumper, which I've got some really good friends who are, you've been insisting for 2 months that there's absolutely no freaking way Trump could have lost Georgia. It just couldn't have happened. Impossible. And yet, what did we see happen? We get up this morning and we discover that actually it looks like the Dems took both Senate seats in Georgia. How is this possible? Well, it's not because of conspiracy. It's not because of fraud. It's because when the Republicans got out the vote to the greatest degree ever, so did the Dems. And at the end of the day, other than the other than the way many precincts are skewed because of gerrymandering and stuff, other than that, if you had a flat election in the United States and literally everyone voted, the Republicans would always lose. I'm pretty sure that's true because just raw numbers, there are more Democrats. That's why voter suppression has been such a thing, is because the a lot of people feel that we have a majority being ruled by a minority in the United States, meaning far right white people actually are the minority at this point. I mean, okay, so this is all opinion, and I'll stop now so we don't devolve into a bunch of socio-political rant, but it's definitely probably the most interesting time to be alive that I've ever experienced, and certainly today's going to be interesting with the electoral thing. But I think when it's all said and done, it's going to be pretty cut and dried. Biden's going to be president, and he's going to have control of everything. And we're going to see a move to the left. That's what's going to happen. You may like that, you may hate that, but I think that's probably reality at this point. So there it is. Okay, so we're done with Tianara. I've saved my work. I'm going to kill this. Yeah, sure, I'll go ahead and, well, I'll go ahead and hit the save button and then also save it as a Krita file. And now what we need to do, I probably should jump back up to my edit because again, okay, so now Amar's weighing in. Well, it's also typical when one side becomes radicalized or in complete power, it usually shifts. Well, exactly. And I do maintain myself to be a centrist. I generally feel that the way our republic works, that the gridlock usually is a good thing, because it kind of forces everyone to at least consider the other side. The bad news is what it means is we usually get solutions and legislation that doesn't quite satisfy anyone, but it also prevents us from sliding really, really far in one direction or the other. So, other people may differ. It's been my contention, as I've said here more than once, that in my opinion, a shift to the left is preferable at this point. There's a lot of reasons for that, and it's mostly economic. So again, we could really get into it, but I would contend the following, and again, I promise I'll really wrap up with this. What I've seen for many, many years, and having been leaning more conservative much of my life, what I've seen is that the left tends to argue from the vantage point of reality and actual data of what's really going on in the real world, versus the right tends to argue their vantage point from the standpoint of theory, what should work. So a quintessential example for me would be trickle-down economics. In theory, it should work. Actually, here's a better example. Deregulation. In theory, what we say is if we deregulate an industry, then that opens up that marketplace for all comers to come in and compete. But in practice, we have about 40 years of history now, let's say since Reagan, that proves that actually that's not what happens at all. What we saw in telecommunications, what we saw in big oil, what actually happens when you deregulate is that a very small number of companies gobble up all the small competitors because they're unregulated now. And you saw a sea change in telecommunications when the Telecommunications Act went in years and years ago. All of a sudden, you saw in your town, in Chicago, Amar, instead of 23 different companies owning all the different radio stations, you see like 2. Now, you can't have a monopoly, so there can't be just one, but it's very common to have 2. Here in Fort Wayne, it's Federated Media. Federated Media owns about at least 85% of the radio stations in the area. And that's what actually happens when you deregulate. So with trickle-down economics, yeah, in theory, if the cash flows to the top, people create jobs and it all flows to the bottom. In practice, that's not what happens. And a big reason for that now, today, is that the cash that floats to the top can also, to a greater degree than ever possible before, flow out of the country. Again, because of deregulation. To a degree, using the term loosely. So my contention is that if the money flows more to the bottom, what the poor are going to do with it. They're going to spend it, and they're going to spend all of it, and they're going to spend it locally. And I would say that generally that's a better thing at this point in history. So, because I don't argue it from the standpoint of theory, I argue it from the standpoint of what's really going on the street, and that's why I'm big on pilot programs. If you can pick a town or a city and try something and see if it works, and then be light on your feet to be able to make revisions and changes as time goes by, that's always going to be better. The problem we have is once we legislate and change something, it's really hard to change it back or undo it. Of course, that's one of the complaints that the right will have about Obamacare. You know, my actual real world experience has been, just from people I know and stuff, that I don't know a single person, not one, for whom Obamacare was not either an improvement or basically no change. I don't know a single person for whom Obamacare actually was harmful. Now, people who work in medical care may have a very different opinion because it has become a bit of a paper trail dealing with the insurance companies. But I could actually spin off in a lot of different directions at this point. And so rather than do that, let's just go back to focusing on our cartoon. Okay, so what we have is we got to go to the storyboard. Well, actually, yeah, let's go to the storyboard so that on the Vegas timeline we can be back here. And I'm going to look at Amar's comments because I know I would not be bought and I would only be helped. And I will say this, Amar. To be fair, I don't think anybody who goes to Congress particularly, once you get to the Senate, you've probably been in politics for a while, but anybody who's kind of fresh and goes to Congress, I think everybody goes to Congress for the most part with the attitude you just shared with your comment. And it's really, really, really mysterious, probably to a lot of us, how readily people do seem to lose their hardcore value system. I would like to say, optimistically, I would like to hope that this is what's really going on. What really is going on is the gridlock thing. You get to Congress, you find out that the only way you can get anything done is to actually compromise a lot. And it turns out that you wind up having to kind of drink the Kool-Aid because otherwise you're just not going to get anything done. And this is the problem that AOC has, right? Is that she's so firmly entrenched in her position that some people find that uncomfortable in terms of trying to get things done. But if your constituency is also likewise extremely partisan, then you can kind of get away with that because you'll still get reelected. If your constituency is a little more balanced, then you will find that you have to sort of float back to the center, or else you'll wind up getting booted, your butt back out of office next time around. So we'll see. But the way it's looking right now, it looks like Biden's probably going to have 2 years to do just about anything he wants, and it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes. Okay, so we're back on the river, and I said we jump to the storyboard specifically so that we can kind of see what's happening in the story without having to jump around all the time in the Vegas timeline. So here's where we are. We just finished this, and effectively this shot really doesn't even belong in there anymore, but I'll leave it for the moment. So we've got Mel sitting by the river again, and Monkey is now beside him wearing glasses looking at his book. I think that what Mel should actually be doing, this will be a fun scene because we probably should do a fair amount of animation. We should have him lifting up a piece of laundry and folding it or something like that. Okay, so Darren is in England, right? Keeping quiet today about USA politics, still lurking though. Well, and feel free to weigh in, man. I mean, I think I know kind of where you lean. I've gotten the impression maybe you're a little bit like me. Your basic, you tell me if I'm wrong. My sense is that your basic background is probably like on a personal and moral level, probably conservative-ish leaning, but maybe in agreement that things have maybe tilted too far. He did. He had 2 years of carte blanche, and a lot of people would agree that he really didn't do anything with it. But, I suppose probably some people think he's a bit of a Dino, a Democrat in name only to a degree. Because if you look at executive orders, and there's a lot of things you could look at with Barack Obama that would lead you to say, wow, he's definitely not the radical leftist that so many people were afraid of. Definitely not. Okay, so we've got this. There's the book. I think maybe this is our background. So why don't we pull up 255 and work from there? Yeah, this. So here's that shot. Obviously, we need to take out the ink, and we're going to have to reframe it a little bit. You know what? I think we're going to start from scratch. I'm going to take this, drag it in here, and we're just going to kind of have the fun. We're just going to have the fun of starting from scratch. All right, so I'm going to add another shot here. It feels to me like things have been getting to be so fast that I'm pretty comfortable saying, you know, if I just kind of stick to my storyboard and just get busy, I'm probably going to be able to knock it out without necessarily trying to reuse a ton of assets from earlier. So I'm going to save this. And so if you're into just plain old, you know, let's see the pencil test animation, let's see it all come together, baby. If that's what you're into, then that's what you're going to get here starting now. Right? So Mel is having the same essential conversation that TNR was having. Since our initial pose is pretty much what we want, I would say let's just go ahead and ink this baby. So we don't want to be, I want to actually use my proper ink color. So that I'm not having to, so that way I can, that might not make sense to you if you're not really tuned into my way of working. So I will say this. If the ink lines were all going to be on their own layer, then what I just said wouldn't really matter. I could make the ink lines black, and of course later on I could just color correct them. But in practice, what I tend to do more often lately is just bake everything down into a common layer, just because it's more efficient, and then I can actually, again, reuse the assets more easily. So for me, if I can kind of nail the color of my outlines right out of the gate, that's probably better. Okay, so people, well, we just got to the end of our Brexit journey. Well, you know what, Darren, I've been paying so much attention to what's going on like here that I don't even know what's going on with Brexit. So if you can give me like a two-liner of what the heck, where that's at this point, I'd be curious. Pretty fed up with politics. What's happening in your lovely country? Fascinating to me. Let me say this while I'm drawing. Another reason why I am suggesting that a move to the left is probably better at this point is for this reason. The desire to recapture an earlier and ostensibly better time that you see this type of rhetoric from those that are on the right, you know, kind of strong Trumpers. The problem I have with it is a couple things. One is that, you know, what better time are you talking about? Are you talking about the better time when Jim Crow laws were actually prevailed? Is that what you're thinking of as a better time? Because I'm not necessarily seeing that as a better time on the one hand, and the other thing is that while people on the right are afraid of globalism kind of per se, because they see that strongly correlated to control by the cabal. So in other words, because the Rothschilds are actually running the world, their malevolent agenda is in fact globalist. And could be that those people are strongly leaning towards globalism. Okay, that's fine. That might be right. But to that I say, well, who cares? I mean, I think the reality is that we are in a global situation, a global economy, both from the standpoint of communication, technology, moving assets around so that industry can do what it's going to do. We have to work with our friends and neighbors across the sea. And this, you know, kind of Trump's thing of sort of shoring up with, you know, the tariffs and all this stuff. There may be aspects of it that we will look back in history and go, you know, that was kind of a win. That actually was helpful in one way or another. But overall, on balance, I would say, I think we have to face the reality. We're not going to go back to an earlier time. We're in this time. This is the time. And the time is we have a global pandemic going on. It affects everyone. And the best course of action, by the way, I just made a critical mistake. I just did the exact thing I've said over, and I've said it at least 10 times just in the last day. Be careful, folks. Don't accidentally draw on the wrong layer. Now, can I fix it? Yes, I can fix it. I'm not even going to worry about it because I have a very simple way to fix it. Don't like that. Okay, B key. Yeah, it's actually pretty easy to fix. Last minute, of course. If you're up to continue training, okay, good. I'm glad. Okay, so it's a very slight walking back of Brexit. I think that's exactly what you guys needed. You needed a pathway to be able to just roll it back, because it seems to me that you had this Twitter-pated situation where you jumped into it, and the people, you know, the David Ikes of the world thought it was just amazing. It's like finally something good is happening in England when Brexit happened. And I really thought to myself, yeah, you're going to have a couple days here of being real excited, and there's going to be celebrations on the street, and then you're going to start to face the realities of what this really means. And it seems to me that that's exactly what has happened. I'm doing Music Max. I am doing full HD, so 1920 by 1080. And typically I give myself the latitude in editing to actually edit the show. And I've done this with all the movies that I've directed as well. Edit the movie at, as you can see right here, if you can see it, 1280 by 720. So I'm actually editing at broadcast HD. That gives me about 30% of my pixel range to zoom in if I want to crop my shots. And then what happens in practice, somewhat non-intuitively, is if I render this out and then re-up-res it to full HD, what happens is the only cost is that it causes the overall look of the show to be softened a little bit because of the pixel interpolation that has to happen because of scaling up and down. In my opinion, it turns out that's a win, because if that didn't happen, I would actually have to add a very slight blur to the whole show, because to make it look aesthetically the way, you know, most of your cartoons look, there's that little bit of softness. And I think that's a holdover from the anime world, where the raw material in anime, I believe, is often even now still done at 1280 by 720, and sometimes even 960 by, what would it be, 640, I think. So the idea that, you know, sort of obsessively that it's absolutely essential that you be operating at super high DPI is, in my experience, just isn't true. That's what's happened in the real world. So, okay. So now I'm going to retreat to somewhat of a little bit more sketchy mode. So I'm going to save this, and now I'm going to kind of step back a moment and think. Okay, we're going to have the river floating behind him. I'm going to think out loud, but okay, so let me just take a look at Darren's comments. Really, most people I know, personally and from distance, that voted for Brexit wanted a deal like this and will be happy with that deal. Okay, good. Folks that wanted to remain made lots of straw man about what they suggested, so don't be too swayed by that. Anyway, it's over for now. We got vaccination deal with you. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Could not agree more. Okay, so the first thing we want to do with Mel is, for my purposes, I'm going to actually just hit GE and erase his arm, because his arm's just really causing noise for me. Okay, now I'm hitting BE so I can get back into sketch mode. And I think for the moment, yeah, it's really not going to do me any good to turn on onion skins. But what I really want to do here is just kind of sketch. So, okay, so again, I just made, again, one of the quintessential errors because I put the key in the wrong layer. So this just goes back to standards and practices. What you really want to do is, whenever you create, if you're going to do animation in Krita, what you want to do is when you create a new layer, just immediately insert a keyframe. Because now the layer is is animatable, and so what I'm going to do is kind of following the tweening principle I was maybe talking about a little earlier. I'm going to just go ahead and put in just a real small tween here. And by the way, once again, I'm going to actually delete this layer because I've just done the same thing 3 times in a row. I'm not even joking. 3 times in a row, I have made a little change and then forgot to switch back to the other layer, and I have drawn in the wrong layer, I think 3 times in a row. So, I mean, how stupid could I be, you know? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, actually. Let's do it this way. I'm going to grab the monkey and XV, and I'm going to go ahead and put him in his own layer and just call it monkey. And then let's change this layer that's erroneously labeled background, just change it to Mel, and then at this point I will definitely plan to not be switching layers too much. Alright, and now what I'm going to do is hit insert because I just want to get rid of it completely. Get rid of everything, and I'll go ahead and turn the monkey layer off so that I can just focus on Mel. Now, let's look at the dialogue. Jumping up to here. Okay, so Mel says, let's just think about this. And by the way, I'm going to jump into the storyboard just to see if there's any specific things. Okay, so here we have the monkey chattering at him, so I want to look at the dialogue and see how that relates. Okay, so really this is all we're dealing with right now. Mel is back to studying with monkey nearby, wearing glasses, holding a book and a pencil in his ear. Amar, I totally agree. I've been thinking that for a while. I think you're completely right. I would love to see that in the timeline. It would be really helpful if the timeline... actually, strike that. I'm stupid. Okay. This kind of shows how silly I am, because actually, that's already there. It's already there. It's highlighted blue, the active layer. I don't know why I do it, man. I do it all the time. I go, well, something here's got to be tweaked in the monkey layer, so I tweak it, and then I go get back to work, and I just forget to switch back to the layer that that I actually need to be working in. So, call me a silly goose. All right, so Mel says free to do what you want. Okay, so all he's doing, yeah, maybe, but that might be introducing a little too much control. The reality is that that's already possible. I will show you that is actually possible, and I should probably say that as a general policy it would be smart for me to work this way. But there's a little feature here in this more recent version of Krita called isolate active layer, and that it doesn't lock the other layers, it actually hides them. But probably not the worst idea ever, although for me I'd rather do it manually, meaning I'm just going to hit the tilde key and isolate the current layer, and that way when I switch between them it goes like this. So that probably would be just good practice for me. Okay, so what I was kind of getting at here is that in the prior dialogue line for Tianara, this should actually be changed. This should probably be where what you want and then do what you want should come afterwards. I don't think it's going to matter on the lip sync. I think it's probably going to be fine. And how we overlap them, we'll have to work that out in editing, but I'm thinking that since she should end on do and he should start with do. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Free to do what you want. I'm stuck here with all this homework. Okay, so this is really going to be quite a lot of fun. So he's going to say, free to... Yeah, in this cell. Let me just check this. Yeah, in this cell, of course, we got the monkey in there because that's a holdover from earlier. That's easily remedied. Boom. BE. So he says, free to do what you want. I'm stuck with all this homework. Okay, and I'm going to make one more change. Since the monkey is looking at the book, I'm going to change this to stuck with all this work and let him return his focus back to the laundry. That really makes a little more sense. Okay? Free to do what you want. Okay, so I would say here, I'll turn on the onion skins, and we're going to do this real loose. Okay. Real loose. Okay. As I like to say, work from the known to the unknown. So this is his hand. This is his other hand. That's a known. Whoops. Free to do what you want. Okay. So I'm only going to really, and I'm going to turn this back off, I'm only going to really put in as much as I need to be able to understand my plan. So this is his other hand. We're going to need a tween. All right. The only reason we're getting away with this from a staging standpoint is the fact that Monkey's over here, and we'll probably want to animate him like turning a page or something. I guess what I'll do is I'll balance it out a little bit by putting the his overall arc of action is going to be okay, yeah, I made a kind of a boo-boo here in that the guy is actually changing scale a little bit. Even here, I would say a little bit of a scale change. Amar's probably about to say, you know, dude, if you just left the onion skins on, you wouldn't have that problem. And yeah, you're probably right. There's something I like about not having the onion skins on. Something about it. Yeah, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually lean him back so that we can actually have his hands up like this, and the laundry element will be like that. And then we will just, this is what I like doing. I like to just keep things moving quickly. That feels better to me. Okay, and then of course he's going to actually come back. I don't think we need to show what he's really doing with the laundry. I mean, basically he's kind of, I think what I'm going to do is go here and just let's do some basic tweening on this, on essentially on ones, to show the fact that there's just a bunch of, and I put it on twos. I say ones and it's on twos. So I'm going to have him, you'll see here, like that. Just a little thing like that, because that's going to sell the idea that he's maybe folding it and being done with that article of clothing. And then we'll have a simple tween to get back to this position and reach for another one. So he's basically dealing with the laundry while Monkey's in the background studying. That's it. That's pretty much what's going on in this shot. Free to do what you want. Free to do what you want. I'm stuck with all this work. Boom. Okay, so this should probably be more like 40 frames instead of 48. And now what we'll do is we'll tighten up the pencil test. Hello, I'm hitting the spacebar and nothing's happening. B key. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to just do this kind of tradigital way. Tradigitally. So I'm really kind of discarding my earlier ink lines to a degree, but I don't care. Usually when I'm entering a new sequence or a new scene, I really need a few minutes to just think about what I'm going to do. And so having a little bit of work that turns out to be throwaway is just not that big of a deal. So I actually prefer it. It's kind of strange how my workflow has evolved to the point where I just really prefer to keep things loose and quick. Mel's got the armbands and wristbands, by the way, so we don't want to forget those. I have a tendency to forget the little decorations that make a character's costuming what it is. So let's just kind of get the shoulder. Again, what we're doing is we're working from the known to the unknown. So what do I know? I know his forearm needs to come down here and his elbow needs to land about here. And then we'll just figure out how to connect them up. So this doesn't read in silhouette that well. But I think if his head is back, so we're kind of going for a Disney style animation approach here. A lot of really, really strong and clear silhouette action, which is fun. I mean, it's fun to look at, right? And then here, so here his hair's kind of falling back, and then here his hair is going to kind of fall in over his eyes. So shots like this, if you're an animation purist and you're on YouTube to, like, you know, learn about real animation or study it or whatever, this is probably the type of work you're wanting to see, I would guess. I know I enjoy seeing it. It's actually pretty rare to find it, the truth be known. I wish the... Okay, and by the way, I'm just going to go ahead and clarify his line of action here as far as his spine goes, because then see what we're doing is we're switching from convex to concave, or concave to convex, depending on how you want to look at it. But having that curvature in there is definitely helpful. So here, kind of clarifying his deltoids. Boom. This one swings around to here, and maybe his shoulders squunch up a little bit, and then he kind of gets so his other deltoid would maybe be there, and then he leans into it to put the laundry in, presumably stick it in a pile, and then again we'll lock this frame, and then just animate his arms so it just looks like he's doing something useful. Okay, so when we play it back, okay, so now here I would say this probably needs to be maybe on the screen for only 2 frames. Whoops. Yeah, that's cool. And indeed 1 frame would probably be okay. So now we're back to tweening. Yeah, see, that looks better. Now this probably should be back here, but the overall pacing I think probably is about right because he's got some dialogue that he's got to do. So he says, free to do what you want. Free to do what you want. I'm stuck with all this work. Free to do what you want. So I think the word want will probably be here. Want. I'll just type in want. So he says, free to do what you want. I'm stuck with all this work. And we'll just kind of find a way to make it work here. Now, usually I like to start with a half a second of breather in the shot. So I'm going to amend my decision, bump this up here, and actually bump this up a little bit as well. So that we have an entry point. Free to do what you want. And I actually do think the word want should be on that second pose. Free to do what you want. I'm stuck with all this work. So he's kind of going to say all this work while he's doing this. Fumbling around. Okay? Makes sense? Cool beans. Alright, so now let's go in and we won't worry about lip sync. All we're going to do now is just kind of try to get his characterization. So he's kind of looking out wistfully in the same manner that TNR was earlier. So there's his headband. Okay, now that's just a tween. So let's get the landing position, and we'll say from the known to the unknown. What we know is his pupils are going to be looking at this, like so. That's not quite right. So now I want to, let's see, his hair, headband, maybe a little indication of the eye. Not too bad, not too bad. Dealing with noses in a profile situation where a character is almost always in either a front or a three-quarter view tends to be a little tricky. You know, you're seeing his nose right there in a pose, in a position that it very rarely appears in the show. But I think I kind of got it. I think I nailed it okay. Okay, and so here we just need to draw his face one time. Frankly, we probably could reuse that shot, but I think what I'll do is we'll say let's bring this down like so, and then we'll put a bit of a scowling attitude. So his mouth's going to be right there, and basically his nose will be back to the traditional, it's basically just a line or a shadow kind of thing. So looking at comments, and there aren't any, so that's fine. And this could go either way. This could be a closed eyes, or it could be a scowling look. Okay. Free to do what you want. I'm stuck with all this work. It's a little bit, I'm gonna stretch this out a bit. And I think I'm gonna stretch the overall shot length to 52. And I'm also thinking, I like the idea of him mumbling, free to do what you want. I'm actually going to change my mind about this. I think I'm going to take this and just make it a little bit of consternation on his brows. So he's going to say, free to do what you want. And I'm stuck with all this work. Okay, so this could actually maybe come back to there. Okay, not too bad. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so costuming wise, okay, let's get this line here versus here. I think it's working. Okay, here again, this is not the strongest silhouette ever. So I want to make sure I'm real clear on his anatomy there. But it's only on the screen for one frame, so we kind of have a little bit of latitude there. There's sort of an indicator there of his elbow. And that's not unacceptable, but I think maybe I want to put the curve on the top like that. So it's a little bit of an S, and then go more of a straight on the bottom. Okay, and then obviously we need to put some grubby little fingers grabbing a hold of the article of clothing. And I may of course want to put in some tweens on the clothing, actually, to let it sort of wrinkle and sway a bit. You know, I think you know. So boom, down to the elbow. There's the crease. Choo 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 choo. So I would say the biggest change in my work recently is in what I don't draw Like what I'm doing is I'm just drawing the connective tissue that that allows me to be certain of what I'm doing. And here. And then that has actually eked its way into my ink and paint approach too, to where I am less attentive to closing shapes than I used to be. Okay, and one of the things about Mel is I always want to make sure I have a little indication of the hair down here behind, below his ear. If that's not there, he tends to not look correct. Boom. So with this pose, it's probably not such a big deal. Here, it looks like let's just kind of look at the measurement here. Boom, 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 boom. So this really needs to be probably out a little further. You know, and again, you could do some secondary animation with the hair, but for this show, I don't typically do much of that. Because then you're kind of, once you commit to that, you're really asking for a lot of work for what is arguably a fairly little reward. Okay, so here, this is actually kind of an important pose, I guess, even though it's a one frame tween. So let's allow his hair to jump a bit. Let's just let it jump like that. Okay. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Do what you want. I'm stuck here with all this work. Okay. And then here he's just I'm gonna probably add another keyword to show him sort of switching back, but somewhere around here we'll be editing, we'll be cutting out of the shot and over to the close-up of the monkey. So there's no need to draw his face on these 3 frames, because the only thing that gets animated is his arms, to just show him sort of scumbling around with the getting laundry folded probably. So alrighty then. So yeah, we're at 2 hours today so far. I'm gonna turn the monkey on here. Turn off the layer soloing. And get rid of that key right there. And so the question here becomes, this is kind of an important question actually. A, because it's going to create quite a lot of work depending on the choice I make. So the question is, how much story value does it bring? And the question is, are we going to animate the monkey doing something over here, like flipping the page of the book? I'm kind of thinking that would be good. So let's just sketch monkey, and we'll put his tail in there so we can... Okay, economically speaking, and by the way, that was another stupid attack. This is supposed to be here. What we could do, definitely what we could do, is animate the monkey's eyes going back and forth. So that's pretty easy. Not going to be something most people would probably notice, but we can definitely animate his eyes scanning the page. And then let's just look at what Mel's doing and see if there's an appropriate place to... Yeah, probably right here. Yep, right here. Let's just do it right here. Okay, so let's consider our strategy here. I'm not going to worry about moving his eyes, and I'm not going to worry about moving his tail, because once the ink and paint is in there, we know that that's like stupidly easy. So all I'm going to do here is move that. Okay, hopefully this will make sense. Okay. Let me just check the timing on that. Okay, so here I'm going to go boom, 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 boom. Here, let's say bram. Yep, I'm going to actually do this very briskly. So he's going to go like this, and his hand is going to go up like that. Boom. Okay, there's one problem. That's really wrong. S key. So I'm thinking about what I'm going to be doing strategy-wise once this is inked and painted. So everything I'm doing with the pencil test, I'm thinking about what the implications are going to be for the ink and paint. That probably doesn't make a ton of sense, but boom, boom. Okay, and then what we're going to have here is like that. Okay, and here what we could do maybe, just because, sorry, we don't want to be in erase mode. What we could do is just put a little indication here of that page, and then sort of settle it back down like that. Let's just see. Yeah, that worked. That worked. That was exactly what I was after. Okay. Sometimes I get lucky, folks. Sometimes I get lucky. So we'll animate the monkey's eyes scanning the page, and then probably put the animation of the monkey's eyes afterwards here, so it's kind of going on all the time. And we'll also stick in a little wiggle of his tail somewhere. So there's just some noise back there, some activity. Yeah, you could do that. Okay. I don't want him chirping. He could be moving his mouth as if he was reading along out loud, so to say. I probably don't want to chirp because Mel has a fair amount of dialogue, and we don't want to have the two fighting each other. So this is actually something, it's actually a really, 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 really important point I want to tell you. Okay, so you guys, if this is kind of a lesson for you as animators and as actors, because, and Richard Williams makes this point in his book, is that what you learn when you really learn how to animate is in fact exactly analogous to what actors learn, you know, in oftentimes in acting classes. Do not think, okay, many situations create an environment where you've got overlapping action between more than one thing that's happening on the screen. Okay, so I remember many times there are two things that I would say to actors on the set. One of them, which you heard me mention I think yesterday, maybe today, was let it breathe. Let it breathe. You're saying your line way too fast. In point of fact, listen to how I'm speaking right now. If you actually consider what you hear when you watch a movie, what you will probably discover is that the actors are often speaking much more slowly than you would ever actually speak in real life. And when you speak that way, everything can be heard, it's clear, and it is absolutely unnatural, and yet it looks right on the screen. You see the same thing with proximity. If I have a close-up shot, there's a very good video on YouTube that is Michael Caine giving an acting course. It's about an hour-long video and one of the things you see in that is exactly what I'm talking about. There is a really huge difference. This is parenthetical, by the way, to what I was going to say about the animation, but there's a really huge difference between real world proximity and film proximity. On camera, if you're going to be speaking closely to somebody and it's going to play right and it's going to look right, it's going to look like a movie, you will be very uncomfortable. Why? Because you're going to be about this close to the person's face. People in a movie that are talking together, okay, you've seen it, great. People that are speaking in a close-up together, having a conversation in a film, are almost always much closer together than they would ever be if they were actually talking to the person in real life. The point is, that's what looks right. That's actually what looks right on camera. If you use natural proximity, it looks like they're a mile away from each other. It looks like it's a very distant kind of conversation. Okay, so my point about things I say on the set was I used to give people this lecture about what I call sequencing. Never think about your action in such a way, or execute in such a way that things are actually overlapping. Now, we have a bit of an exception here with the monkey, but what Monkey's doing is very pedestrian, and it's really just providing a little bit of life to the shot. It's like a static dialogue shot where a bird flies by in the background, which I've done a couple times. It just makes the thing pop a little bit, but it doesn't really distract you. But if anything that's happening in the scene is important at all, you, again, do not want to do it the way it would happen in real life, where things kind of overlap. No. When I pick up this pencil, when I pick up this stylus, I'm going to go, I'm going to say, here's what I'm going to say to you. Boom. Well, I've got this to say. I'm not going to go, well, I've got this to say. Do you see the difference? And I would get on actors for this all the time, and it really helped, especially my last two films. The level of cinematic, the sense of production value that people saw in the films was way higher than what the film costs. And a big reason is the kind of things I'm talking about right now, where I would force the actors to stop, think about everything that you're doing in the shot, step by step, every single action, and put it in a sequence so it happens linearly. A one-dimensional sequence of actions, and it's going to feel a little awkward, but two things are going to be beneficial that are going to accrue from that. Number one, it's going to be crystal clear to the audience everything that happened, and they're not going to miss anything. So that's where holds are important too, and you see it all the time in animation. When you pick something up, you don't pick something up and throw it. You pick something up, then throw it. You see, there's that hold. If you don't have the hold, I'm telling you, the audience will miss it. They will miss key information that they were supposed to know, because you didn't freeze frame it for just an instant, about a half a second maybe, so that they can digest what they're seeing. The other thing that accrues when you do sequencing, it's really useful, is that you become much more rehearsed and you're able to reproduce the action repeatedly. And it's kind of the same rule of memorization that you have with everything else, which is that if there's more than 6 or 7 steps in the sequence, you're going to probably forget. You're probably not going to be able to do it. So this is something to think about, because it translates directly to animation as well. You want to always think about your holds. You want to break things down into a linear sequence. And if you're going to have things overlapping, they should actually be things like here with the monkey that don't actually matter that much. It's the kind of thing that if you go back and you watch the show a second time, because the first time you watch it, you're not even going to notice that. You're gonna say, well, the scene, kind of pops because there's a bit of life to it, because there's stuff going on. But what you're going to see is Mel. You're going to see him. And blah, 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 blah. And I'm stuck here with all this work. And then later you're going to go back and you're going to watch the show again, and you're going to notice and you're going to chuckle at the way the monkey is reading the book in the background. The first time you watch the show, you will not notice that, probably, if you're most people. So these are just things to think about that should inform your work and make, they're little things, they're very, very little things, and this is really important. It's no harder to do it right. It's no more time consuming to do it right. than to do it wrong. It's important to know, and I've seen this time and time again with actors who are, you know, they're less accomplished than maybe your better Hollywood actors. I didn't have this problem working with Sean Young. Sean Young is a good actress. She knows what she's doing, and her pacing is quite good. Okay, and some of the actors I've worked with that are more local actors are pretty darn good too. But frankly, most of them need some coaching. Okay. The point I'm making is that for whatever reason, we all have a default proclivity to do it the wrong way. And I don't really know why, but I have a theory, okay? It's important to note that doing it the right way, it takes no more time, it's no harder, and yet it's palpably better to the audience. When you see it on film, there's no question which one's better. Okay, so when I talk about sequencing, the other thing, and again, this factors into animation hugely. How many times have you seen an animated, some sort of demo, maybe a Blender or whatever? You see it on YouTube, and what you see is, I'm actually gonna switch to my webcam view, and I'll show you. This is really, really important stuff for animators. Okay, how many times have you seen what you often see in video games, which is the actor goes like this? You see this all the time in video games. This is nothing more than animators who don't know what they're doing. That's all this is. The character's just standing there and they go like this. They flow. They're just constantly moving and flowing. Nobody in the real world ever, 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 ever does that. It's the stupidest thing in the world. Well, the problem is you've got to earn your paycheck, and you earn your paycheck by animating. The reality is, if the guy comes into the scene and stands there, he should stand there. He shouldn't come into the scene and go, nobody does that. And yet people do it all the time. And in animation, animators do it constantly because they need to animate something. It's insanity. It looks really, 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 really bad. The quickest, easiest way to make your animations 100 times better is to just quit moving stuff. Let it hold. Let it stop. Let the audience digest what they're seeing and then move. So everything you move is being moved intentionally for a reason. Okay? End of lecture. So what we see here is, you know, we see this general relaxation perhaps. Okay, so now we say, well, if we're going to do this, is this right here even necessary? Strictly speaking, no. Okay? But if we're going to do it, is there a way we could make it even better? He's not flowing, but he is definitely moving for no apparent reason. Well, let's improve it then. The way we can improve it is to add one tween and actually use this purposefully to drive home his attitude. So all I'm going to do is lower his shoulders. Okay? And then I'm going to go back here one frame and just move them a little bit. Okay, and I'll bet you this is going to look better. So he says, okay, and obviously the rendering's a little rough. Okay, so because this pose isn't as strong because of the way the reality is that this pose should be gotten rid of. Delete it. This is great. This is a great example where once you start to work intentionally, you realize what the weaknesses are. The weakness is this shot could be inked and painted and it will stand alone and look sharp, and then all I have to do is add the liquefy tool on 2 frames. So there's going to be one tween and then he's going to land here. This is what I call the landing position. And I say that to actors all the time on the set. I say, listen, you need to land. Don't keep moving. Get to where you're going to get and then land. You would be amazed how much it increases your production value. So what actually needs to happen here is one single static drawing and then two frames of liquefy. And what do we get? We get Mel kind of relaxing. And you could improve it even more to be fair. For example, we could just a tiny little bit of movement in the head as well, just to get it down just a bit. We'll see if that looks better. Yeah, see, look at that. That, okay, am I wrong? What you see there, this is, at the risk of having a bit of hubris, I'm going to tell you that is Disney quality acting right there. It's so subtle. He just, boom, he goes from tense to, oh, rats. And yet all it took was just these 2 frames and then let it land. And it's absolutely crystal clear what his attitude is. Right? Free to do what you want. Amazing. Amazing. So economical and yet so effective. Less is more if you do it intentionally and you think about what you're doing and why you're doing it, what you're trying to convey. Don't just move stuff around because you can. Okay? Am I being too ranty here? Am I really being like, is this helping, folks? Don't move things because you can. Now this is going to require a tween too, but I'm pretty sure the tween's going to be pretty simple. Putting it back. It looks better without it. No question it looks better without it because it's clear. The acting is clear. Free to do what you want. I'm stuck here with all this work. Okay, and arguably we could take these 2 keys and move them back. But I mean, what I'm showing today, now I'm going to sound like, Mr. AMB animation guy because this is the kind of rant he gets on. And frankly, when it comes to animation stuff, he's usually right in the things he rants about. Okay, but I'm going to really drive this point home. Less is much more. Much more. Here we have a scene where we have a 52 frame. So we have a 6-second scene that is going to require essentially 1 drawing of the monkey, this is a throwaway because it's only on the screen for 1 frame. So 1, 2, 3 drawings of Mel. And probably, and these are going to be pretty easy to do. 3 drawings of Mel and 1 drawing of monkey, and everything else is just pedestrian wiggling things around a little bit, and that's it. And you've just gotten yourself 6 seconds of show, and the acting is good. Oh my goodness. If everybody would quit arguing about whether you should be using Blender or OpenToonz to actually make something that kind of pops, that looks good. So easy. Less is more, It's amazing, and it never ceases to amaze me how true it is. I mean, I didn't know for sure when I took that 2nd keyframe out that the shot would look better, but I suspected. But I mean, it looks a lot better, not a little. It looks a lot better. And then lip sync. 6 seconds of show. And how long have I been working on breaking down this pencil test? So now I know absolutely what my work is going to be because most of the background is going to be taken from another shot anyway, or at least it's going to be able to be whipped out really quick. Let's deal, I'd say let's deal with the monkey. Okay, question. Do we want to break them up into layers or not? Well, let's get real specific here about our book. Okay. So I'm being bold with my lines because I'm going to probably just use my curves to do a cleanup step. And meaning something like this. Let me just look at my alpha and see what I've got here. So yeah, I'm probably going to want to turn it down and then do a cleanup. I think I am. That seems to be the methodology that's been working well for me. So I'm going to do what I call a turn down step. So all I've done is just make everything really transparent. That way when I do the cleanup step, everything will completely disappear. All these guidelines will just disappear. And I'm able to, I like it better because I'm able to work on a single layer. I don't have to build up 15 different layers to be able to tell my story. So yeah, I really hope what I'm sharing today, again, at the risk of a little bit of hubris, I have written, directed, edited, and scored 8 feature films. 3 of which are really pretty good. one of which made $1 million. And I kind of know what I'm talking about with acting, you know, and I've given a lot of time to thinking about why certain things work and why they don't. Because when your entire budget for the entire movie, beginning to end, literally the entire negative cost of going from nothing to a finished movie is $8,000. $8,000. Yeah, I'm not joking. The movie that made $1 million cost literally $8,000 to make, and every penny of that budget went to the actors. No budget at all for sets, for locations, for props, nothing. Absolutely none. 100% of the money just went to the actors. You know, and they were basically local actors. So when you're dealing with those kinds of constraints, what happens is your creativity actually goes on overdrive. One of the key scenes in that one movie that was the most successful one of the key scenes, we got to the location and literally everything about the physical location was 180 degrees flipped from what I had seen in my head. And I hadn't gone there previously. I didn't really know what I was going to, run into when I got there, and I just didn't expect that everything was going to be flipped completely backwards. I had to completely remap all the blocking of the entire, and this was an all-day shoot. This was a long, long, long scene. I can actually, you know what? I'm even gonna tell you. I will show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm gonna just be bold here and show you. So we're gonna jump, just so you guys know I'm not talking out my hiney. Okay, so let's go to Healed by Grace, because it's here on YouTube. Oops, Healed by Grace. Full movie. There it is on Encourage TV. Okay, let me just give you this caveat. Some of you guys are going to look at this movie and you're going to say, well, that's not very good in some ways, because there's definitely a lot of things about it that reveal it is a low-budget film. Okay? Having made $1 million, notwithstanding, and by the way, if it was released today, it would not make that kind of money. The market has changed dramatically in the last 6 years. Okay? But the point I was making is this entire shot right here that essentially starts here. Let me look. Okay, this entire situation where the dance team is all coming into this area, this entire physical location was backwards. And everything that happened in this entire sequence, which takes up, look at it. I mean, it takes up like 20 minutes of the movie, and then we were bouncing between this location where the dance contest actually happens, right? So you got like 10 or 15 minutes of movie where at least half of what was on screen was in a location that was flipped backwards, and I had to invent all of the blocking for everything on the fly. Well, there was a point, and the point is that those kinds of problems and limitations actually spark your creativity. And what you find is that those limitations cause you to come up with solutions real fast. I mean, because you don't have any choice. You got to figure it out, and you got to figure it out now. And what happens is you do. You just deal with it. It's pretty amazing, actually. It's one of the things I like about the creative process. Limitations are wonderful. That's why, again, this whole idea of spending half your life trying different software to find the one that's going to actually that's going to turn you into a good animator is really, really stupid. Because guess what? It's not going to make you into a good animator. I'm not even going to say that animating is going to make you into a good animator. What's going to make you into a good animator is storytelling. Learn how to freaking tell a story. That's what's going to make you into a better animator. It's all about the story. The storytelling. Okay, I'm going to just make that adjustment. So, boy, am I ranting today or what? Okay, so the question becomes, what do we want to do with monkey? I would say this. I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate this layer, and then we'll call this layer book. I just think I'm going to put the book on a separate layer. Okay, so the book layer, and I will solo it. I'm going to get rid of all these keys here. They're not needed. Okay, and I'm going to clean up the book. So what I'm doing is Control M, And instead of doing the turn down mode, I'm doing cleanup mode. So what does cleanup mode do? Well, it actually affects the alpha. So what it does is it turns down the low end of the alpha so that the light guidelines just disappear. So it's a pretty quick and easy way to clean up your art. Okay? So anyway, I hope you guys have been finding this rant helpful today, because I'm kind of passionate about it, because these are things that I know about that most people don't. And frankly, most people that want to either be animators or make a cartoon or create a show or make a movie, they really don't get it. They really usually think they need permission. You know, everything that they want to do, because they can't believe that it's really possible that the world would allow them to do this thing that they want to do. They just don't really believe that that's true, when in fact it is true. There's nothing stopping you, especially today, because as of almost 20 years ago, the technology well, that didn't work. The technology is so cheap that it's a completely level playing field. So the real caveat about the media marketplace today is not that there's not opportunity. There's more opportunity than ever. The caveat is that the revenue per property tends to be a good bit lower, because it is such a glutted marketplace. So the value of your property is kind of less. But I'll tell you what, the value of a property that's not finished is zero. So we've kind of it's just worthless. Till you finish it, it's worthless. So I guarantee you, folks, I'm going to finish. Yeah, I'm going to finish. Boom. 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 Yep. And I'm going to add this other tween. So actually what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to copy this book over here so that I can then go, kind of put that in there. And then we'll just go in and clean it up and correct it, right? Hope this has helped you guys a bit. I'd hate to be ranting for no good reason. And I know that I'm definitely guilty of being full of a bit of self-importance. Like, you know, I don't want to be. I'm really, truly trying to help y'all. I'm really, truly trying to help you guys understand that, you know, if you're here, you're probably here because there's something you want to do. And you either want to learn how to do it or you want permission to do it. You want to know that you could do it if you tried. And the answer is yes, you can. No matter what that something is, it doesn't matter. You know, there's nothing stopping you. You might have to get help. You might have to ask for help. Yep, I'm sure you will, Dizzy. I'm sure you will. Boom. Okay, so we got that done. So the book's done. Save the book. Boom. And I'm going to turn the book off and then just focus here on the monkey. So we're going to turn the monkey layer back up. And as you can see, this is kind of erroneous. So I can simply hit the G key and the E key and just delete the book. We don't need the book in there now. Okay. Oops, that was a boo-boo. I need to hit E. I thought I did, but... Okay, so now just as a guide, I'm making a really quick note right here of where the monkey's hand is. I'm just marking that. Okay, so the thing about the monkey is we are definitely going to be animating his head. So the question, and his arm obviously, but the question we should be asking ourselves is what does not move? And then we have to decide, are we going to keep it all on one layer or not? Monkey's so simple that I think I'm probably just going to go ahead and keep it on one layer, actually. So let me turn this. So let's go back here. And I'm just going to go ahead and keep it simple, Sherlock. So let's just put the monkey's hand in here. You know, I guess to drive home the point, some of the things I'm saying today. If my show is successful, it is not going to be because of the animation. It's not going to be because I'm a great animator. There are things that are probably going to be, maybe would be judged to be, pretty good. Like I think maybe my character designs are pretty good. But what's actually going to make it successful is, are you drawn into the story? Because, your average audience at large really doesn't care about how you did it. They just couldn't possibly care less. They're either entertained by the story or they're not. And it might fail for that reason. You know, people might be like, yeah, that was kind of stupid, or you know, whatever. Okay, so there's the book. I'm going to say, I'm just going to leave that vague. I'm going to leave that vague. And I'm going to draw these big old glasses like that. And then boom, boom, here's the monkey's schnoz. Okay, Darren said maybe we should have him lip syncing. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do that just because why not? Doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm going to, again, keep this a little bit on the vague side. And I'm going to go like this. But I'm going to leave the pupil. So here, the only thing that's going to change is the position of his eyes. So here, what I'm going to do, it's a little risky behavior, but what I'm going to do is go like this. And then I'm going to just have to kind of remember what I did. So I'm going to grab this, A key, smack this out like that, and I'm going to really just exaggerate. I'm really going to smack it out like that, right? Okay, and also, whoops, S key. If you noticed that one of the things that also changed was his head kind of followed the page a little bit. Okay, so now we've got a little bit of one of these problems here. I think we'll go like that and overlap it just a bit. Okay, so the only thing that changes here is the page, so we just really need to get back to the original pose. Okay, question. Yeah, I think let's do this. Let's copy this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this guy, and I'm actually going to lean that in. Let me turn the book back on. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just lean that in, and now I want to look at if his head's going to go up here, then I would say probably here he should kind of bend into it a little bit. So I'm going to hit the S key, or I'm sorry, the A key, and kind of have him arc into that motion so that he goes boom. Look at that. Okay, so now we can take monkey here and just put him back to his initial position, with the caveat that we're going to take his hand out. Okay, there's really no reason for his hand to be there on this next key. So here's monkey. I want to look at the book. Oh yeah, we've got a selection. Can't erase stuff if you got stuff selected. So what I'm going to do is take this out and take this out. Okay, and that should do the trick. His foot is going to be behind the book there. Let me just go back here and look at our cleanup situation. Okay, the only purpose of this key is to allow the page to settle. So therefore on the monkey layer, we can get rid of it. Okay, so here, this strictly I don't need to do this because the book's on a separate layer. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to hit GE, but, okay, I hate it when I hit the E key and it doesn't quote unquote take. Okay, but I'm just going to clean things up a little bit. Okay, because the book's going to be above the monkey, so it's going to... actually, that's an interesting point I need to think about. The book's going to be below monkey, but this page is going to be above monkey. So I tell you what we're going to do. I'm just going to do it the simple way. Boom. I'm going to bake them together. Yep, that's what we're going to do. So now that they're baked together, I can really make a intelligent decision about what to fix and or clean up, because now it's obvious what's overlapping what and what's going to be a problem. So we'll just clean that up, yada yada yada. Go to the next one. Obviously the arm is going to be on top, toes are going to be hidden behind. Here we got an erroneous line, here we got an erroneous line, here we got an erroneous line, and a little bit of cleanup here. Okay, And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my my cleanup algorithm and just double check just to get rid of our erroneous lines. The little lines on the book we can kind of smack back in there later. So I'm going to go, now I'm just going to hit Control F to repeat that. So there we go. All of the keys of the monkey are set. We'll deal with wiggling his tail a little bit after it's all inked and painted. Okay? Save. Okay, so ask a silly question, Darren. I might not be paying enough attention, but is the monkey reading the book backwards? That's a great question. Mr. Dyslexia here might be having things backwards, but no. I mean, in America, we read from left to right, so he would be looking at this page. So let me show you what that's really going to look like. Actually, let's just do it right now. We're just going to smack in there and do it. We're reading from left to right, and of course, that means, so I'm going to just make this clear right now. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's do it this way. Okay, I'm going to go Control, Insert, Control, Insert, Control, Insert. Because all I'm going to do is on these 4 keys, I don't want to be in erase mode. Okay, so now, arguably, you could repeat these, and of course later, once it's inked and painted, I'll just re-drag them back in. But let's turn the mel layer on, and you can kind of see. Okay, and probably what we would do here is we would just repeat this like that. So his eyes are going to scan the page a few times. Then we can throw in another page turn here, right? Whatever we want to do. See that? Wait, am I backwards? I think I am backwards, actually. No, I'm right. That's correct. Help me out here, Darren. I'm the one who's dyslexic, so I think I have this right. What's JJB mean, Bunny Bun? I don't know what that means. It's the page turning that's going the other way. Oh, I see. You're correct. There you go. There's the problem. Okay. You're right. You're right. It's not the reading or the left to right that's wrong. It's the page turn. Okay. I'm going to ask this important question. Okay. All right. This is another movie story. And this happened more times than you can count. Okay, so I had a really good friend who's passed away now, who was kind of my Jiminy Cricket on the set. And he tried to hold me accountable to not be stupid and be a cheapskate filmmaker. And so when there were continuity issues that he had a cow about, he would always call them to my attention, and I'd be like, you know what, dude, no one's ever going to notice that. So, for example, in one scene or in one movie, you got a situation where my camera bag is sitting right there in plain view in the middle of the scene. So the question is, does it matter? I think Amar is maybe dancing around with the answer. The answer is having it be backwards and leaving it that way on purpose is probably a good thing, because that means later, again, when people watch it, people watch it the second time, they go, wait, the monkey's back there reading. They watch it the third time, they go, wait a second, he's flipping the pages backwards, right? So is that actually a bad thing? I am going to contend as a cheapskate filmmaker that it's a good thing to leave the mistake in there, because it means I don't have to fix the mistake. Which is the worst possible reason to leave it in there. But the fact of the matter is, it's kind of funny. So I always found the mistakes funny. So I'd be like, Donnie-O, you're just worrying about nothing, dude. You're just having a cow about nothing. Nobody's ever going to notice that the camera bag's sitting right there in the middle of the scene. And it used to infuriate him. And I will tell you what, at the risk again of having a little hubris, I turned out to be right. No one has ever mentioned any of those kinds of things, and as if it was a problem of some kind. It's just never happened. Okay, so now as far as his tail goes, we probably won't do anything with his tail, but I'd like to get busy on Mel. So the monkey, yeah, there's still a few little odds and ends. I might put in a tail wiggle here somewhere along the line, like right here, for example. Right here, the way I would do it is, again, because it's a sequence, I would probably go here between when the eyes are wiggling, and even maybe right here where it's almost in anticipation of turning the page kind of thing. So then I would go on the monkey layer, I would hit the A key, hit the liquify tool, fairly broad, and just go like this. Just go like this. Okay. Just so we sort of have this. Oh, that's way too slow. That's way too slow. Holy cow. Sorry, guys. My bad. I guess what we actually need is probably, let's get rid of that. Let me dupe that and see if, yeah, unfortunately, this is another one of those cases where at 8 frames a second, what I probably would want to do is in my editor, take this little tiny sequence right here and actually speed it up a little bit. But I think for now, my solution is going to be a really rapid tail wiggle isn't really going to play at 8 frames a second, so let's just leave it out. It's not that, it's not like it helps anyway. I think I made the monkey's eyes bold enough. So this is actual size that we're going to see on your TV screen, so to speak. So, you know, we can see his eyes moving. So yeah, I think it's sufficiently subtle, but kind of a cute little thing going on in the background. So let's get busy on Mel. All right, I'm going to look at my messages real quick. What time is it? You know, we're pushing 3 hours, which is not horrible. At this point today, because of our ability to leverage some assets and whatnot, at this point today, we've already knocked out, we've done 13 seconds of animation today, believe it or not. Actually, more than that, because I did, yeah. So we got about 13 seconds here, and if I can quit yakking so much and just get my work done, we're probably going to discover that it's going to be possible to knock out you know, another 6.5 seconds here. So that's almost 20 seconds in 4 hours. So yeah, that seems to be what's been happening lately. It seems to be I'm averaging about 5 seconds an hour, which isn't too bad. Not too bad, people. All right. So, time to rock and roll. Time to rock and roll. Let's do it. Let's get right in there. Let's not even hesitate. Sound like Jeremy. The way Jeremy talks, everything's always fun and exciting on the Grand Tour. What used to be, of course, Top Gear. Oh my goodness, did any of you guys see Top Gear after James and Jeremy and Richard left the show? Oh my gosh, like the stupidest show ever. Am I wrong? Feel free to disagree, but oh my goodness, I couldn't believe how bad the show sucked when those guys left and went over to Amazon. You guys know what I'm talking about? Plan on doing a trailer at some point? Yeah. Short answer is yes. I've been thinking a little bit about that. I've been thinking a little bit about the theme music that I'm going to have to write and yada, yada, yada. And playing around with some orchestral concepts in terms of the scoring, things like that. So definitely a trailer's on the agenda. It's got to happen. Well, I'm actually, I kid you not, dudes, I'm actually seriously considering the idea of crowdfunding this thing. Only because there's a guy on YouTube who, he's got an anime called Blossom Detective Holmes. Okay, so it's basically a Sherlock Holmes knockoff thing that is based on a girl character. You know, the detective is a girl. I don't know if her name's Blossom or what, but anyway, he doesn't actually have that many subs, and he doesn't have that many views, unfortunately, because it's really good work. Um, really good work, but so he doesn't seem to be drawing that much audience, which leads me to believe that he's bumped into some problems, either because of his own lack of experience, maybe it could be, but for some reason he hasn't been able to deal well with the distribution thing, and that might be completely by choice. Just you kind of get a vibe on these things, and my sense is that that's not the problem. But anyway, so you've got this Blossom Detective Holmes, which is a fairly credible anime production. It looks really good. The voices are good. He's got some Asian people. I don't know. Look up Blossom Detective Holmes. Blossom like a flower blossom. Blossom Detective Holmes. But the thing is, he's doing okay, this kid, because if you go on Kickstarter, he actually kickstarted the thing, and I think he was targeting 60 grand, and he made 100. He got $100,000 to create this anime thing. And for me, basically for me, if I could get a reasonable support level, probably 60 grand type number is probably what it would have to be for me to say, now I don't really have to think about anything for the next year except working on this animation. Now, the reality is, for the most part, I can kind of do that anyway, so I'm really kind of lucky in that regard. But I just wonder if it wouldn't just be smart to, because what I've seen on Kickstarter is if the property really is good, it tends to pick up some. Thank you, Ajax. I appreciate that, Ajax, or whatever you're calling yourself. Yeah, and there you are on Kickstarter. And so so he's raised $200,000. And what is he actually doing now? It looks to me like he's kicking out a 4-minute episode. Like, what is it, every month or something? So it's turned out to be a great business for this kid. And I can't really comment on, his pacing, and I can't really comment too much on the story either, although the production looks quite good. So as far as the look of the animation and stuff like that, it looks, like he's doing a nice job. He's obviously got a team. I don't actually think, because he's more of a character designer, storyboarder kind of guy. I don't think he's doing the animation himself either. So he did definitely need a budget in order to get the darn thing done. So you got to respect that, and I'm happy if he's able to pay, his animators, a reasonable fee. But okay, as long as I'm on that subject, the thing I would say to you guys who are following me here on YouTube is that if this thing performs at a certain level, which I won't get super specific about what that level needs to be, but once I get the thing to market, if it performs at a certain level, I definitely am going to at least consider the idea of finding some guys out there like yourselves on YouTube and say, look, if I get a team, right now I know all by myself I can create a complete episode, 24 minutes in 3 months. It takes about 2 months of animation and about 1 month of writing the thing, scoring it, doing the post-production, blah, blah, blah. Okay? But if I had a team, certainly if I had a team of 6 people, well, 6 people, 6 to 8 people, theoretically smacks an episode down to 1 week. I basically need a half dozen people. You got to be reasonably good, and, everybody kind of knows what their responsibility is, but you could do it. You could actually crank out an episode a week or so. It's just that I don't want to put the money out there to underwrite the production until I've proven to myself that the thing's going to do as reasonably well in the marketplace as I think it is. And this isn't because I think it's going to do well. It's because my distributor told me what he was seeing other similar types of properties do. And based on the data that he has access to, he gave me some speculative numbers of what he thought something like this could earn. And I said, okay, it's worth doing. Let's do it. Like, I got enough volume. Not enough volume there on his arm. Okay. So, cool beans. All we need is this one pose of Mel. This is all going to be liquefied just to move his shoulders around. So now let's get over to here. That's a tween. We can get away with murder on the tween. We know that. So now let's hit Control F to tone down the shot so that we can then ink over top of it. Boom, 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 boom. So there may come a time, I'm not throwing this out there to Twitter paid anybody, but I certainly have given it thought to say that there might be a time that if the show is proving viable and maybe getting a certain amount of the right kind of attention, then I would certainly want to look at the idea of putting a team together and saying, hey, let's see if we can turn this from an episode every 3 months to an episode every 2 weeks, or whatever it's going to be. As far Darren, as far as you go, I've thought the same thing about the Futurama thing. I think it probably could earn a lot of money as a crowdfund, but I don't think it would be smart to go that direction until we've actually had a conversation with the people that own the Futurama property, so that we're sure that they're okay with it and aren't going to sue our butts, basically because at that point, potentially we're actually making money on their intellectual property. And I certainly could understand if they said, no, you're not doing that. If you want to create a fan episode, you want to put it on YouTube and get a little bit of money because you got a lot of YouTube views, okay, fine. You can do that. But if you're going to, crowdfund this thing and, try to get $100,000 of money and blah, 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 well, we want a piece of that. Standpoint of it's just a cool thing to do on YouTube. I'm the opposite. I've thought about it from day one as being something that, look, if I'm going to do this, geez, there could be a really, really strong outpouring of fan support for something like this, where it could actually, I'm literally not joking. If the quality of the animation stuff is good, which I believe it will be, I mean, based on your Nixon thing, I think you're on the right track, dude. The idea that the show could actually get revived again by people like us is not ridiculous at all. I actually think it could happen. It just has to be good, and then you got to work out your legalities, so we have a little problem here. So, I mean, those are things I think about because, I'm a business guy. And now, when I originally wrote the Futurama thing, it was mainly because I thought it would be fun to do the voices. The challenge of doing all the voices was really what that was about for me at first. But then it's like the point I passed a couple months ago on this cartoon I'm doing here, where I realized, what, this is actually going to be pretty good, and sort of my thinking about it sort of changed at that point, where I said, you know what, this is going to be serious. This is actually going to be a thing, and I'm going to commit to it, and I'm going to, you know what I'm saying? I went through this a little bit of a shift in my thinking, which is what typically happens with any serious project for me. There's a point where you're poking at it and you're saying, this is interesting, I didn't mind writing the thing. It's kind of a cool concept. But then all of a sudden, there's this bridge you cross where you go, okay, this is real. Which doesn't mean it won't fail, because it can sure fail. But you understand what I'm saying. There goes Valerie. There goes Valerie. My beautiful Valerie. Oh, I love her so. What do we got going on over here? Well, the script is good. And you could say maybe it's not actually great. Well, yes and no, man. I mean, if you came to me tomorrow and said, you know what, I just don't really think I'm up for this. I don't think I can pull it off or whatever. I'd say, I don't know, dude. I think if you really tried, I think you could definitely do it. And if you threw yourself into, really, really focusing on matching the quality and really focused on that for a month, you'd probably discover, yep, turns out you can do it. But if you turn around and said, hey, I don't think I'm your guy, then I'd say, okay, it's been fun. I'm good either way, dude. I got plenty to keep me busy. That's the way I kind of look at life. I'm not worried too much about what everybody else is doing because I'm more concerned about what I'm doing. I just don't have time to do this and do Futurama too. To say nothing of the anime. There's too many irons in the fire, right? Okay. All right, so now what we're going to do is hit Control F. Boom, that was easy. And armbands. Boom, 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 boom. I'm going to be really quick and sketchy about this because you know what? This is a tween. It's going to go by real fast. And truthfully, what's so stupid about it is a lot of times the final results look better when I go really, really fast. It's kind of one of those somewhat non-intuitive things. So that's the article of clothing. So where is his hand? I guess his hand is there. So hope I'm not speaking out of school here, Darren. I'm just kind of spitballing, as I like to say, about things. I don't take any of it too seriously because, for this reason, the Futurama script could be the greatest thing in the world. The voices could be the greatest thing in the world, but it doesn't matter until it's done. It just does not matter. Now, the cool thing about the Futurama thing is you could knock out a few scenes and you could actually, this might be a strategy we should consider, is we could start a YouTube channel, call it Fan Futurama, and all we do, and on my end, I could maybe help with the animation, but you could, but I could do the voice stuff, do the soundtrack, do the score, and then help out with animation as needed. But what we could do is actually release just maybe 5 minutes of it every month or even every 2 months. And I'll bet you, if you had a YouTube channel called Fan Futurama, I'll bet you'd probably find that you had a pretty respectable subscriber base and, maybe revenue stream from that. Just by doing a steady, slow release every couple months. As long as it's good, as long as each piece is good, people would be waiting for it, So no, and again, you're if you don't have time to do this or that or the other, that's fine. I'm just, like I said, I'm just spitballing. If I was going to say what could you actionize immediately, and let's say somebody puts a gun to my head and says you have to do something immediately with Futurama. Go. What are you going to do? That's what I would do. I'd start a YouTube channel and I would release little pieces of it. I would just dole it out over time and just let the YouTube audience grow. Because that would allow you to dip your toes in the pool legally in a way that Groening and company probably wouldn't really mind too much, and you could sort of throttle the audience reception to a degree as well. So that's what I would do. I would create a YouTube channel, call it Fan Futurama, and just get busy at my own pace. That's what I would do. So there I am. I'm giving out good ideas, I think, for free. Why would you do that, Dave? Well, because good ideas are a dime a dozen. I have a friend named Derek Sivers. Not a close friend, but he is a friend who might recognize my name if you said it to him, kind of thing. And Derek Sivers was the guy who created CD Baby. So back in the 90s, he was really kind of the firstest with the mostest when it came to helping independent music people get their music out on the internet. Initially, he was helping them sell CDs, actually. But anyway, Derek sold CD Baby to disc makers years ago. He sold out, cashed out, but he has a little book, very small book, called Whatever You Want. And one of the things he says in his book, based on his experience with CD Baby, he says that ideas are nothing more than a multiplier. Okay, so what does he mean by a multiplier? So the idea that an idea is a multiplier is this. Let's say your idea really, really, really sucks. Then it has I don't necessarily have this exactly right, but what he says is, if your idea really sucks, we'll give it a value of 1. Or maybe 0, but it's really low number. And let's say your idea is okay. We'll give it a value of 5. If your idea is pretty darn good, we'll give it a value of 10. If your idea is really amazing, we'll give it a value of 20, blah, 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 blah. So I don't remember exactly what the scale was, but what it amounted to was that we're going to give your idea a grade, okay? But his contention was, but that's nothing more or less than a multiplier. What it amounted to is that a great idea combined with great execution is worth $10 million. And then you scale back by orders of magnitude from there to where a crappy idea with crappy execution is worth 0, and then everything else is somewhere in between. You can have 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. So, like I said, ideas are a dime a dozen. Ideas times execution begin to create a situation where potentially your idea has value. So my idea for this cartoon is utterly bereft of any value whatsoever. It is utterly worthless until I execute. And then the question becomes, okay, how's the execution? If the execution is good and the idea is good, actually, that's probably where this property falls. Would be good idea with good execution. Not great, not amazing. Not great, not amazing. Just good. If I remember correctly, a good idea with good execution is about a $10,000 situation. It might have been 100, but that was the concept. It's somewhere in there. And that may not be too far off, because I have to run the numbers again, but let me look at this. I have to look at this for a second. Okay, so unfortunately I actually made a mistake because I'm yakking so much. Really, his arms need to be in the down position. But let's go ahead and finish this out, and it's a nice pose, and it's really gotta keep that idea under wraps, because somebody might steal it. Well, it is true that in Hollywood, if you're actually pitching to major studios, it is true that you want to be very careful about protecting your work before you share your idea with people who have a definite vested interest in stealing your idea if the situation allowed for it. Okay, so don't be stupid. But lacking that situation where you're actually pitching to someone who could do something with your idea, your idea is I have bad news for you. Your idea is worthless. Until you execute, it's worth nothing. It doesn't matter how much you talk about it. It doesn't matter how much you post about it on Instagram. And it doesn't matter how many attaboys you get from other people who tell you how great your idea is and how neat it is. No. Those attaboys are worthless. Now, could they potentially be the beginnings of building an audience for the thing? Yeah, that's true. And you see this all the time in the open source software world. This is actually why I was involved with Pencil 2D, and then very quickly extracted myself back out of the situation. Because not to knock the people involved with Pencil 2D, but remember, The only updates in the last 3 years to Pencil 2D have been stuff that's like dead easy, like changing the freaking icons. Okay, it's like stupid stuff that doesn't improve the software or make it more stable or add any capability at all. Now maybe that's changed very recently and I'm not aware of it. But basically, what you have in the Pencil 2D community is a situation I've seen many other times in the software world when somebody's got a really, really neat idea. And by the way, in the past, I've done this myself, so I've been guilty of it. But what you do is you kind of poke your idea out there, like, we're going to do this. It's going to be like an open source group media production. We're just going to put together a virtual team. Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. I've done it. What actually happens is, typically what happens is you wind up with one or two people who are extremely vocal, who dominate the conversation, number one. Typically the person that dominates the conversation turns out to be someone who's not actually a particularly really talented person. So that's kind of like our multiplier idea. If you've got real strong partisanship and real strong ideas and everything, but you're not actually that talented, it doesn't help. All it does is kind of choke the conversation, actually. So what happens is everybody gets on board on the basis of all the stuff about it that's easy. And when it comes time to do the hard work of really getting something done, you know, you find out there's like one person, maybe two, that actually do anything. And your really, really cool idea of this collective project just turns to dust. It just doesn't work. Because, and there's probably a real practical reason for that. You know what the reason is? People who are actually talented aren't really interested in getting on board working for free on someone's open source project. You know, they're kind of busy doing real work somewhere. I'm not trying to be crass, but I mean, if you really want to be honest about what really happens, that's probably a pretty accurate rendering of it. Okay, and by the way, we could certainly add an eye blink here with Mel. Okay, but mainly we've got this, and what we're going to do is we're going to actually use this as a tween, and I'm going to be really, really bold here and just delete everything about this particular pose that's not quite working. Because, I mean, I might as well just redo it. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of that too because his arms are going to be kind of down in the area that he's operating on. So I really do not want the stabilizer on. And now what I want to do is, again, work very loosely and just work from the known to the unknown and just get things where they're supposed to be, because I kind of really botched that last frame. It's only, I'm leaving it in because it actually might be a nice tween to get me from the earlier pose to the current one. Now his arms are going to be wiggling pretty fast, so I don't really have to kill myself making this super clean or detailed. I just want to, I think that worked. I think that's okay. It's not like amazing, but not bad. Okay, so here I'm going to actually flip this just so I get a fresh perspective. What seems to be bugging me here is that so for those of you who, but everyone, okay, what is it? Good to great product, great story, great execution, good, great audience, great marketing, successful, well-received product. Facts. Well, I kind of agree with you. My contention with animation, especially if you're actually, you know, creating the whole story and really developing the property, okay? If you're doing that, my basic contention is, especially in today's media marketplace, is that if it's good, you'll do okay. It'll find its audience. And if it doesn't, conversely, if it doesn't find its audience, it's probably because it's not that good. It's probably because you either have sucky characterization, or you know your story's boring, or you know there's a lot of things that can kind of go wrong with this type of thing. But so I tend to agree with you. You can only fail so bad if the product is actually good. But everyone's on board. They want to see it's a winner. One they see. Yeah. I think I know what you meant. Everyone gets on board once they see that something is a winner. Yeah, that's true, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, guys, I think we're looking pretty good. Okay. So here, let's just go boom. Oops. What do we got wrong here? There must be a selection, and indeed there is. Okay, I don't want to put his mouth in there. Quick review. At least I don't think I want to put his mouth in there. He says, free to do what you want. So there's got to be a pause. Free to do what you want. I'm stuck here doing all this work. Yeah, so I do want to put his mouth in here because we're going to color this, and he's not actually going to start talking until we get to here. Okay, so there's that. And then here, obviously, probably goes without saying, we're going to want to delete his mouth and put his mouth in a different layer. And again, I think an eye blink here, like somewhere in here to have him blink his eyes, would be useful. Okay, so we are at the 3.5 hour point. Essentially, I think all the hard work is done. Yeah, I think all the hard work's done. Now it's kind of ink and paint mode. I want to look at a couple things here. On the timeline. Okay, come on. Monkey with glasses is just hilarious. He reminds me of Homer Simpson with his reading glasses. Thank you. I thought it'd be fun because since the monkey was tormenting Mel earlier, I thought it'd be funny if when we came back to them from TNR that all of a sudden the monkey's the one studying. I thought it would be kind of cute. And then it turns out the monkey's been stealing the nuts. Okay, so what was I wanting to look at? I really wanted to go back here. And yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, couple issues. Couple issues here. Number one, he's got a little bit more collar action in the earlier scene than I've drawn here. So I think that pretty much solves it. Although one could argue that maybe his neckline should be a little lower. So we'll just kind of get rid of that and bring this down a little bit. Okay, I think that's okay. But the big problem is his hair. Even though he's looking down, let me just kind of try this. It really needs to come around like that a little bit. That helped a lot actually. Okay, and I don't think I need, yeah, there we go. We're good. That's a tween. That's okay because his hair's sort of falling back. Here looks pretty much stupider than stupid. That's a tween. So is this okay is the question. And I think it probably is with maybe just a little slight adjustment. So okay, we're in pretty good shape here actually. Saving my work. Max power. Can we hear some of the Futurama voices? Yeah, can you give me in order to do that, what I need to do is, okay, I just turned on desktop audio, so I want to check something here. Kind of on my other screen. I'm going to let me see if this plays. You guys tell me if you can hear this.
Good news, everyone! I've invented an instrument that makes it possible to control electronic devices.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. Geez, Professor, we had those in 19...
Most interestingly,
Can you
it's
guys hear that?
biotech in origin.
Yeah,
What's
right.
that? It was not manufactured. Oh no, it was grown in a petri dish.
That's
Like
cool.
that. Hey, I'm an electronic device.
Yeah, I don't. That
Ain't nobody
Bender's got
controlling
to be
this
done.
spot. Observe. You see, this long extinct dolphin-like creature's appendages served as a DNA sample. Do you hear? I use DNA.
What do you call this device?
I call it a flipper. But wait, there's more. Damn it. What? In our top story, all wretched and puny planets such as this one will soon face complete annihilation.
Are you okay with me
That's
playing
right,
this,
Morbo,
Darren?
and more on that later. But first, some good news. It's a beauty contest of intergalactic proportions. Earlier, I spoke with Emperor Lur of Omicron Persei 8, where the contest will be held. Emperor Lur, what prompted you to stage the first intergalactic beauty contest?
Can you hear?
We can hear you. Go
Is this
ahead.
thing working?
We can hear you, Emperor Lur.
Curse this technology. I am Lur of Omicron Persei 8. How can we expect to achieve universal domination if we can't even get this right?
I don't
we can
care,
hear
dude.
you, Emperor Lur.
I mean,
What, is somebody gonna steal our
universal
idea?
peace and brotherhood.
That's so exciting. Tell us more.
And we feel a contest of beauty sends the right message.
Can we expect the usual?
I think maybe
Talent,
Lur's voice should be
poise,
pitched down
swimsuit?
slightly.
Only those with superior hindquarters will be
Superior
accepted.
hindquarters will be accepted.
Emperor
Something like
Lur,
that. A little
are
bit
you
lower, I
saying
think.
contestants will be judged on their asses?
Yes, only the ass. Enough!
In a related story,
I've always been an ass man myself.
sounds like one contest you win by coming from behind.
Well put, my friend.
Yeah, by bringing up the rear.
Oh, you.
I think beauty contests are just demeaning for women.
Now that's
Damn
Leland,
straight.
obviously.
That's
I don't
why
have
I'm
a
gonna
Leland.
enter my shiny metal ass.
I really.
Sweet stain of northern Spain.
Gee, Bender, what happened to your ass?
You keep this on the down low.
Okay.
What'll I do?
Now Bender's voice is just not quite right. There's something that's not. I got to really work on that, but that's enough Futurama for now. It's keeping me from getting my work done. It's very important for me to get my work done. I don't want to be interrupted this way. So yeah, that's a full half-hour episode of Futurama that I wrote and then did the voices for, and then Darren's been kind of poking at some of the animation stuff, kind of wanting to get in there and do some animation. It's really a good thing. And I added Edwin to the. I added Edwin to the story because I wanted to do Edwin's head. Actually, I did his head. Just because I wanted to do the guy's voice. Oh, I do entertain myself. Okay, where are we at here? I think we're at the point of color, folks. I'm really kind of sitting here dicking around, but this is typical because what happens. Well, yes, I was Ruby the dog. I think that was who I did. I'm pretty sure, but I'm not really sure. Oh, I'll find a Leela. Don't worry. I actually have quite a lot of voices I can draw on. I'm sure I'm going to be able to come up with a Leela. Yeah, 2 voices ago. Yeah, that was me. That was me. Doing what I do. All right, I'm switching to behind mode because, again, like I said, I'm starting to, I'm kind of dicking around here a little bit and not probably operating with the level. Oh, wait, hold it. One thing we need to do before we get too much further, we need to hit Control M and do the cleanup operation, which is taking the alpha and just getting rid of the guidelines like that. That's about right. Cool beans. Now we can go in behind mode. Of course, considering I wrote a Futurama Futurama episode called the Ass Contest, it's not surprising that I would enjoy behind mode. I do make myself laugh. Oh, I'm funny. Okay. Boom. Okay, so let's just kind of do this the hard way, like so. And then I'm actually gonna tighten up the leaks, just like this. Just like that. We're gonna tighten up these leaks. We're gonna get, that sounds like Ross Perot. Well, I'll tell you, if this NAFTA thing goes through, what you're gonna hear is a big sucking sound as all our jobs go down to Mexico. That's what he was saying in 1992, and I think history has proved him largely to be correct. Tell you what we're going to do here. I'm actually going to pause for a second, and what makes you mad? What makes you mad? NAFTA? I don't even know what you're talking about, dude. I can guarantee you're going to hear a loud sucking sound. Mel's color really isn't right here, so I need to kind of start becoming slightly more disciplined by dragging. Actually, let's do this. I'm just going to back up a few steps here because I need to, as I say, impose a little bit of discipline here so that I'm not like completely fouling this up. So his skin color was actually a little bit darker than what I was doing. Well, that's because I wasn't paying attention because I was too busy doing Ross Perot. Well, Ross Perot, he died here not just a few years ago. I think I lost my sampled color. But he was quite an accomplished guy. So is this the same color? Yeah, it's a different color, so I need to go like this. And now I can finally get busy on this and actually have the colors right. Ross sounded like a nut, but he was on it. He looked like an old bird, though. He had a really quite a remarkable career. EDS, Electronic Data Systems. One of the, I believe one of the first, well, maybe not one of the first, but he was a billionaire. Definitely a billionaire. Okay, so that's not cool. Unfortunately, probably having something to do with probably the curves operation. The curves operation I did that cleaned up the art actually resulted in the pixel being effectively dirty, and so Krita, under those auspices, doesn't do quite as good of a job of doing fill operations. We'll see how it goes over here. Ross Perot. He was a good old codger. Yeah, see all that silliness? Okay, we actually have a problem here, by the way. I can't believe somebody didn't flag it. Well, you guys haven't been doing your job. You know, that's the problem here. Y'all haven't been doing your job. What's your job? Tell me when I'm being stupid. That's your job. Why didn't you tell me I was being stupid? We gotta go into normal mode. Hit the G key. Give this boy his raps. I've forgotten these raps more times than I can count. Very annoying. Very annoying. Okay, there we go. F key, no, G key, back to behind mode. So I'm kind of forgiving myself for not putting outlines around the wraps. I think we're probably okay with that for this particular shot. So being in behind mode, we can be pretty loosey-goosey with our shapes. No, I'm having a lot of fun with this. It's a lot of work, But I'm really convinced it's going to be good. Like when it's done, you're going to sit here and watch this show and go, you know what? Yeah, it's not like the best thing ever, but you know what? It's kind of entertaining. Kind of makes you laugh here and there, you know, yada, yada, yada. That's all you can ask for. That's all you can ask for. Not trying to be the best. Not trying to be the best. Just trying to be good. All right, so I'm going to grab this and go slightly lighter. I need to check. I'm looking on the storyboard just to make sure. Yeah, I mean, actually, yeah. His belt and these wraps are supposed to be the same color, and they're basically a less saturated and even darker version of that green. So B key, or I mean G key, sorry. My bad. Don't want to steer you in the wrong direction. I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction. That's what I don't want to do. I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction. Alright, let's grab that color right there and see what we can do about this boy's garment. So the interesting thing about fill operations versus the way I'm doing color is this. When the animation's been mapped out properly and you kind of know what you're doing, what I find is you get a lot of these situations like we have in this very scene where you really only have to draw the character one time. I don't mind taking a little extra time to sort of really nail the up that often lately. So, as you can see, behind mode is quite utilitarian because it makes it impossible to make mistakes, essentially. Now, there are still mistakes in here. As you can see, I'm kind of looping around a couple of them. I'm hitting Shift Alt N to switch to normal mode, like that, and then back to Shift Alt Q to be back to behind mode. And his headband is, I believe this headband is the darky green. Boom. Okay, and then his hair, I can ballpark his hair. His hair is usually about there. So I should be able to just close the gaps, and I'll bet you, yeah, see, because of the curves tool I used, it makes the fill tool not really work very well. Maybe we can kind of make it work because it is set to expand, but I have to click like 12,000 times, so it's actually quite a bit more efficient to just do it the hard way. Quite a good example of where the hard way turns out to be the easy way, or maybe you could say the fast way. Boom. Boom. Okay. How we looking there, Mel? Looking okay. Looking okay. Alright, we do need to apply shadows. And in the earlier stuff, well, the sun's essentially coming from the northwest. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to normal mode, and we're going to alpha lock that sucker. Okay, so now there's a lot of comments here from Amar. Quote, rush on. Yeah. Okie dokie. Alright, G key. And then we'll turn the opacity down as usual. Usually, actually about 11 or 12% seems to be about right. 10 seems to be typically just a little low. So I'm going to be bold here. Go with 12. So we'll put the shadow under there. Shadow under his chinny chin chin. Chinny chin chin. You know, just like the three little pigs. They got chinny chin chins. I actually watched the Three Little Pigs the other day. Since I got Disney Plus, I'm like, okay, I'm going to check out some of this classic Disney stuff. For its time, it was kind of amazing, actually. For its time. And maybe a little shadow behind as well. Okay, So now what we're going to do, believe it or not, is we're going to ruthlessly just delete our next two drawings like this. We're just going to just kill them. Just kill them. Actually, we won't kill the third one. We'll go like this. And now we're going to use the liquify tool as promised, like so. And we're just going to go a little here on the shoulders, little here on the shoulders, a little here on the head, little more on the shoulders, little more on the shoulders, and slightly more on the head. Did it work? Yep. Okay. Now, yes and no, it really didn't work actually. This is kind of a bad situation. We've got a change in volume here that's really not acceptable. So I'm going to have to correct for it. And if I fail in my attempt to fix it, which could well happen, then I may have to completely redo the tweens. If that happens, well, the world will keep on turning. So not too worried about it. Okay, that's better. Whoa, that's so much better. Oh my gosh. Okay, max power, bunny bun, okay, blah, blah. Do you find using the freehand path tool saves you time over the paint bucket tool, or they're pretty much the same time? Yes. I save time with it. I've tried it every which way. And the problem with the bucket tool is that you are going to have leaks that just turn out to sort of dramatically slow down your work. And for my money, the cost of leaks usually turns out to be more of a pain than just doing what I'm doing here. So I'm going to actually go through these frames now and clean them all up. Clean these. Okay, yeah, we need to clean this one up as well. And then these are just variations on this one. So those three keys right there can be deleted. And now, I don't want to say definitively that the way I do color is the best way. It's just that certainly in Blender, OpenToonz, and of course here in Krita, I've tried it every which way, and I'm doing it the way I'm doing it now because after trying every technique under the sun, this seems to be what works for me. Someone else may disagree. Obviously, if you don't have any leaks, then use the fill tool. I use the fill tool. A lot of times what I do is I'll do stuff like this. I'll look at this and I'll say, okay, that's got a leak. There's a leak. There's a leak. F key. Boom. But the problem is because of the cleanup operation I did with curves, it causes the underlying pixel data to be sort of changed in a way that I don't fully understand here in Krita, so that then the fill operation doesn't work anyway. So it's like, you know what? I might as well just do this. It's precise. If I make a mistake, I can just, chisel back into it and fix it. So for me, I'm pretty sold on this manner of doing color. I don't think that, let me restate that. Probably most people that are trying to do animation, especially in Krita, probably do not do what I'm doing right now, where they're really, really bending over backwards to try to keep everything in a single layer. I used to routinely, and in many shots I still do, have a layer for ink, a layer for paint, a layer for shadows. But what I've found is the only advantage that actually gives me is if it turns out I needed to do some color correction after the fact to a specific, like if I need to lighten the lines, for example. Okay. Then then it is nice. But there's other ways to solve the same problem that pretty close to hits the mark. Maybe not quite as perfectly, but okay, so I'm going to go through and do all the flesh tone now. Let's see. I'm looking at the lower part of his. Yeah, you're really not seeing any down there. So, okay. Boom. And you can see there's a little bit of sketchiness still in here. And you know what? Who cares? Who cares? As long as it looks good. We'll keep it loose. Loosey-goosey. We'll keep it a loosey-goosey. That's what we're gonna do. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Well, and the other thing about the paint is that a lot of times, if I've got a clear pencil test, this is another big reason to use the freehand path tool, is a lot of times I don't even have outlines. And I think that in modern animation, that's a completely valid approach. You know, so you don't have these anime style outlines. You've got a pencil test and you just go straight in with the color and just draw the shapes. Can save a lot of time that way, but it's just not right for every situation, you know. So, and I wouldn't want to claim that it is. But there are any number of modern cartoons that actually do not have outlines on their characters. They just let the color carry the day. And I mentioned the other day that the Disney, the newer episodes of Tangled that are building on the Tangled franchise that are not 3D, they're not CGI style, they're more of a flat 2D type animation. They don't use outlines. If you look at it, they're just flat areas of color, you know. Is that Valerie or is that Kyle coming down the stairs? Oh, that's Kyle. Kyle, our little entrepreneur in the house, getting his business going lately. Seems to be having some success happening in the actually this needs to get his neck in there as well. So the nice thing about being in behind mode is that if I use the freehand path tool, is as I'm using it, if it covers up my line like that, I know that it's going to look correct. So it's pretty easy to get in there and nail it, you know. So it's one of those things where theoretically, without question, a fill tool approach would be faster. In practice, it turns out it's not, at least from what I've found, is because once you find yourself hitting leaks and you're having to spend time searching for the leaks and then hit undo over and over because you had a bunch of leaks that, you know, when that happens, it's honestly, it's emotionally costly. It's so freaking annoying that to me, I'd rather take a little more time and just do it this way. Now, if you look at Ed Tadeo, you'll see that Ed uses many layers. See you, Darren. Ed uses many layers. This is Ed Tadeo, Tedao, I think. He's an animator here on YouTube. He uses Krita as well. But he uses many layers, and what he does is after he gets his animation blocked in, even after it's inked, he does his inking fairly loosely, so there's a lot of leaks. But what he does is he puts every one of his colors on separate layers. Okay, so for me, I just have not found that the benefit of having that many layers is really worth the logistical cost of having to keep track of my layers, basically. Because now, you know, you need to go in and name your layers and blah, blah, blah. But what Ed does is he goes through on, I think, his initial color layer, and he does what I'm doing right here to oops, that was the problem. What I'm doing right here, he does to everything. He goes through and gives everything a colored outline like this, very meticulously. And the reason he does that is because then he can do a single fill operation, and I think just literally color the whole character in one fill operation, and then go back in on a layer by layer basis and actually clean up the color along the way. Now here we have the same situation where we don't have the outlines, but we're just gonna go ahead and put in the color. Now I think that's it. So yeah, we can go here and let's just go ahead and get his headband done. Now the cool thing about being in behind mode is, see, I can do it like this, right? This is where doing it this way actually becomes pretty fast, because I'm in behind mode, the blending mode is behind. You can't accidentally paint over something that's already got paint on it. So, and that one right there wasn't very clean, but I don't like that right there. You see all this mistake here, but that's only on the screen for one frame. So you didn't even see it. You know, it's pretty quick. Goes by pretty fast. All right, so now we're going to take this. All right, so same thing here. I'm just going to go like this and like that. Done. Boom. And, you know, I'll admit sometimes I'm a little bit on the sloppy side with this stuff, and I kind of count on my shadows to help hide some of that sloppiness. I'm not super duper mega meticulous, especially if something only is going to be on the screen for one frame. Then obviously it just doesn't matter. You're never going to see it. No matter how hard you try, you will not see it. So here, again, same thing. I can just draw a lasso around it. Done. Lasso. Done. Lasso. Done. Here. Big lasso. All around that. Done. And there we don't even see them anymore. Here we're using the same color for his belt, so we'll just go like that. And just kind of line that up. So there's a bit of a tug of war between the principle of wanting to be, you know, really a picky person about quality versus being pragmatic to say, well, why am I worried about quality in something that no one ever sees? So that's what this frame would be about. If the frame's only going to be on the screen if it's only going to be there for one frame, then you don't nitpick the quality. So now we're going to take a poll. Usually you mask out the base color and then you can activate lock transparency to stay within the boundaries. Correct, and I do that for like decorations. So like if his costume had stripes, for example, I'll save my work, by the way. I don't think I've saved in a while. But you could lock it, and then let's just say now I can go like I need to be in normal mode, but now I can go in here and go like that and put stripes on his costume, let's say. You know, because it's alpha locked, and it can be a really, really, really good way to quickly add details and whatnot. So, all right. So I think we have to do his garment, don't we? Yeah. Let's do his garment. So we'll hit the G key, and again, we need to be in behind mode. Behind mode. Let's go into behind mode. And I made a stupid mistake. I had alpha lock turned on. That doesn't really quite work when you're trying to fill in areas. One trick that is useful though is if you have outlines that you need to tint to a different color, you can just turn on alpha lock so that now nothing's going to get colored except the lines, and then you can just actually use the freehand path tool to draw a big lasso around the lines of the color that you want, and it's quite quick and easy to fix your outlines. Now in this case, it turns out that I was thinking ahead and pretty much made the outlines not black. They're not black. They're really just kind of a really dark burgundy, which is sort of my preferred outline color for this show. It's not like a hard and fast rule. I've broken it plenty of times, but that's the general chosen practice. So let's see here. Okay. Boom. So we are actually, considering that I think we're going to be able to get a lot of leverage on the background, we're shockingly close to being at a place where we're sort of almost done with this shot. Shockingly close. Shockingly, I say. Boom. And we got to get this. Boom. Boom. So, I will freely confess, my friends, I haven't been as disciplined as one might be. But boy, the past week, I've sort of caught fire on this thing. And I've been working on it quite diligently for quite a few hours per day. Boom, boom. Okay. Now here we got to be super careful because we're going to have a lot of leaks if we try to do the fill tool here. So there's a certain pace to the work too. It's kind of the idea that there are things that require high levels of focus, such as visualizing where the body parts are going to move to and then animating, figuring out how you're going to tween it and blah, blah, blah. So with that in mind, doing coloring in this way is actually kind of sometimes a needed break because it's kind of brain dead. So it's like, okay, now I'm just going to chill and get the color done, you know. But as I was saying earlier about the time it takes, it seems to me that it does seem to be consistently coming out to about 5 minutes per hour. About 5 minutes of cartoon per hour of work. Now that usually manifests as a 2-hour block that results in about 10 seconds or maybe one shot, sometimes two, but that seems to be what's been happening. And I'm pretty happy with that, frankly. It's way the heck faster than animation's supposed to be able to be done, at least from the stuff you read. But more importantly, it makes the show economically viable because I actually could get a episode done in a reasonable amount of time. Specifically 2 months. 2 months. Well, I guess I could hit the 5 key to straighten this back out. Behind mode. And oopsie poo. Sorry. Let's go back here. Let's just zoom out. Sample that color. Go to there. Got it. Boom. Boom. And boom. Okay. Now there's going to be some tweens here for sure. But we got to deal with some shadows. Shadows, my friends. Shadows. So I'm going to go to normal mode, turn on alpha lock, and then make it black. Hit the G key, and then turn our opacity down to, again, 12%. Could be 11. Doesn't really matter too much. Okay. So now I don't want to forget which direction the sun is coming from, so I'm going to be a little bit bolder with my shadows here because, frankly, the sun is pretty much behind him at this point. Yeah, except there, Dave, maybe you want to consider coloring. Yeah, let's turn this all back up to. You might want to deal with the garment first. Sorry. Okay. What color are we going to make it? Well, let's make it, we've got a green environment here. So let's make it blue. We'll make it a blue garment. Hey, Val.
Hello.
There goes Val. And it looks like she's, I wonder if she's doing stock research or something. She has a spiral notebook in hand. She's a copious researcher. Copious researcher. Very much okay. Okay. Let's do it this way. Boom boom. Okay, so I'm gonna just go like this. I'm just gonna go like that. I don't even think I need to put outlines on that. We just need the tween. Okay, guys, here what are we doing on time? Earlier you said you're looking for videos people might actually. Yeah. Okay, we got disconnected. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, guys. But I will say, Inio-san, the answer to your question is no. I've watched the tutorials. I see how it works, and basically, I'm not interested. Once I do all the work of setting it up and making it work, I strongly suspect it's going to turn out to be no quicker than the way I'm doing it now. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion at this point. So that may change. We'll see. But okay, so I'm going to actually step away and come back in about 5 minutes. Okay, guys? We're getting there. We're getting there. There she went, gliding across the floor, just touching base with my woman. Hey, Miguel. Miguel, am I saying that right? Miguel Enrique Patricio. Yaela. Yaela. Yaela? Yaela. Yaela. Wouldn't that be right? Tell me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I apologize. Try to get names right-ish generally. But okay, so one question that does, well, I guess I've already got a tween in there. It may turn out to be useful to add some motion blur, but so where we were at before I was so rudely interrupted by realizing that I needed to color my garment was that I was doing shadows. So let's just keep it simple, Sherlock. Keep it simple. Especially on this one, because this is only going to be on the screen for one frame. So this we want to be maybe a little more meticulous with. But essentially he's backlit. The sun is up above and to the left. So this, I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if Krita will register what I just did properly. We'll see. Ah, it did. Thank you. Thank you, Krita. Appreciate that. So this really needs to be kind of lost in shadow down there. Boom, 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 boom. Great to see some fresh faces here on the channel that I haven't seen before. That's cool. Always enjoy that. My complete name is Polish and Brazilian. Wow, that's cool. That's a cool combination, man. Polish and Brazilian, not a common combination, that's for sure. Okay, and honestly, probably, let me just see, whoops, let me see how this is gonna, I think we really just need to be picking up the sun back there, and so I'm gonna go ahead and just let that be in shadow. Again, this is a frame that's going to be on the screen very, very short period of time. So I will not kill myself too much. And if we go like that and allow this to have a little bit of extra noise to it, that's okay. It's a tween. Okay, boom, 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 boom. And I'm just going to let all that stuff get lost in shadow a little bit. And then we're going to land here. And then after this is smacked together, then we'll do the tweens on his arm that we talked about earlier. Okay, right here, what we were going to do, I think we'll do it with the plastic tool. Or not plastic tool, liquify, sorry. I'm going to do it as kind of simply as I can. I'm going to just really, and I'm going to go back to the original key to go up. And then bring him back to his landing position, see if that feels right. Not really. Not really. That actually sucked pretty bad. So looks like the plastic tool is probably not going to be the way to go on that. So I'm going to delete those keys and redo them. And we're going to do them the other way. Well, what is the other way? The other way is I'm going to, let me just look at this and think for a minute. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just select all of this. And then we will have some patching to do. We will have some patching to do, but that's okay. And, you know, again, it might not quite look right. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Don't want to have too many whoopsies. I think that's probably okay. I mean, he's going to be kind of yakking, and so now what we'll do is we'll just go in and fix this. Okay, so I'm going to hit the G key. We're in normal mode. We need our opacity cranked up, and then we'll just select the colors that are in play, like this, and patch the gaps. I think we can probably just do it this way here. I'll just fill in all of this and then come back in and catch his belt. Belt. So if you're a purist out there, then you might be looking at some of this and going, "Wow, dude, that's kind of sloppy." Sometimes it's okay to be sloppy. Sometimes it's not. Just depends. I'm going to put that in there like that, and then I'm going to grab this, go back to normal mode, and kind of patch that up. Here we've got a little bit of a flaw that's probably worth fixing, as long as we're in normal mode. Okay. All right. Max Power asked me about Klaus. Yeah, I've watched the documentaries on Klaus, and it's obviously really, really good. I mean, they obviously did a great job. Okay. So I'm going to just drag this down here to see if that key is actually even needed. Nope, it's not. I'm just going to get rid of it. Okay. Control Shift X. Gone. Okay, so now this was important. Back here, we probably should clean that up since it's going to be sitting on the screen for a while. And then we need to have a mouth layer. So let's just kind of get his lip sync done while we're here. So I'm going to call this MOUTH, as I generally do. Turn this color guide off. And let's kind of look at our shot for a moment. Yeah, I forgot I got to do all the coloring on Monkey. That's kind of a drag. Wish I didn't have to. But that's okay. That's okay. What's actually going to happen? Yeah, for 4 hours. Yeah, I'm over 4 hours at this point. It's been getting a little longer every day just because I'm basically just, if I'm going to be working, I might as well just, kind of just document the process, right? So jumping up here, looking at the script, he says, free to do what you want. I'm stuck with all this work. And he says, yuck. I'm going to take the yuck out. The yuck is not actually part of my plan. So I'm going to save that, jump back here. And let's just get the lip sync in there. So we're going to go black. Free. To do. Her lip sync seems to work better when it's on ones. Again, bearing in mind that our whole show is at 8 frames per second. Almost all of it. Not everything, but almost everything. Mel traditionally is better on twos. Free to do what you want. Yeah, see, exactly. I tell ya. Absolutely. So save that. Okay, so he's going to go free to do what you want. Bloop. Okay, and here's how we're going to do it. Sorry, that's not what I wanted. I want black in the mouth layer. I'm stuck here. This will work. So he's really sulking. He's sulking. Okay, free to do what you want. I'm stuck here doing all this work. Okay, so one thing I was noticing is two things. Actually, I say one thing, I mean two things. Number one, I'm going to duplicate this key here, and then I'm going to add a new one here. I'm going to go right in here. Since everything's all the same color, everything's baked into a single layer, I can hit the B key. Grab pretty much that color right there. Okay, and then here, I think, G key. I'm going to actually get rid of that. Sorry, that needs to be something like that. Hit the B key, grab the outline color, draw that. And now he needs to be in a more of a sulky frame of mind. I mean, okay, and now I would say that blink is too slow. I'm stuck here doing all this work. Okay, that works. I think that works. And maybe I'm stuck. Just for kicks, let's try this. We can always take it back out. I'm going to give him a little bit of a on his facial expression under his eyes. Okay, and then we'll take the B key and just kind of tighten that up a little bit. Okay. Save that. Okay, so max power on the opposite side. Have you seen the primal two? Okay, so you guys are having a conversation. That's cool. All right. So just to recap for those of you who are new to the party, what we've got going on here is we've got T and R in a completely separate sequence, completely separate location, pining over her things in life she's complaining about, talking about the birds are free to do what they want, go where they want, wear what you want, and then it fades to Mel, who's kind of saying the same thing. So what they're saying in their dialogue is kind of a transitional device. And he says the same thing she says, free to do what you want. I'm stuck here doing all this work. Grr. Okay, so now question. I guess we probably should put that in there. Whoops. Okay, so we've got the blink. Okay, this is a little dangerous. Okay, here's how you fix that. I'm gonna hit the undo button and watch this. I'm gonna insert a layer, and I'm gonna go right here, and I'm gonna insert a key. Now that means because I inserted a key here, this key is blank, and this key, I can go like that, and then right here, I can insert a new key, which deletes it. So just for that one frame, I've got a mouth that stays over all the keys where I need it to, and then I can just hit Control E to bake that down. Cool. That worked. That worked, people. It worked! It worked! How exciting. Okay, there is one thing I want to fix though, actually. I'm gonna do the same thing I just did, but I'm gonna use the hair color. Hit the G key. There's one thing I'm not liking here. Right there. Boom. Here, I'm gonna say, actually I want this to be the shadow hair color. I want to basically pull this back here just a little bit like that. Okay. And then that will change here. So I'm going to hit the insert key, and then once again just hit Control E to bake it down, and now I've just baked that correction into it. So that's how you make a correction sort of run over top of multiple of other layers, so that you don't have to keep trying to redraw the same thing over and over, which you cannot do. You can't do it well. You can try. Yeah, Gennady. I remember Gennady. Samurai Jack, right? I've heard about Primal. It's by the same guy that made Star Wars Clone Wars. Well, yeah, Gennady did. Yeah, I know him from Samurai Jack. That's where I got familiar with Gennady. Okay, so now let's just jump back to the monkey. What do we have on the monkey layer? Well, okay, yeah, so we decided we were going to do everything the hard way, which is probably a bad idea, but that's okay. Here's how we're going to make it easy-ish. We're going to hit Control G, put the monkey in a group, and add a layer that we're going to use for our color. So we're going to put his color on a separate layer. All right. Now, little caveat about monkey is let me just kind of get some of this smacked in there. And I'm going to actually do this as well. I'm going to go like this Let's see if this works. I think it will. Okay, and if I remember correctly, his fingers kind of have a little bit of the, let's call it flesh tone. So that's going to require some cleaning up for sure, but that's all right. So we go boom, boom, and so I put the color on a separate layer, and it would be easier if I went into behind mode so I can't accidentally overwrite something I didn't mean to. See? But the reason I did that, put it on a separate layer, is so that I can have the color just extend over many frames. And we'll just put in keys wherever we need them in order to make variations. Okay, so can we hit the fill tool here and make it work? Kinda, sorta, yeah, pretty much. I'm having to click it over and over and over, but that's alright. Okay, G key. Probably want to go back to normal mode. Okay, so now, so we'll have a little modification there, but let's go ahead and get the book. Deal with the book. We'll just go a little bit off of white, so boom. Let's just kind of close any obvious leaks and then see what happens. Ooh, miracle of miracles, it actually worked. Okay, so now let's take a little darker shade, and we will do the two-tone approach. Okay, that's probably not too bad, so let's see if we can split the difference here. Yeah, I think that'll work. That'll work. That's not too bad. We can always drive it home a little bit more with some shadows. Okay. So the color layer, we should actually call this color, and then importantly add and hit Control Insert. If I hit Insert, it'll erase all my color because it's inserting a new keyframe. But if I okay, yeah, so what we need to do is make a change here. And we'll do this in kind of the simplest ways we can. Grab that flesh tone, because he's kind of reaching out for the page. And then come up here and just fix this bit by bit, no big deal. We're giving the monkey some rather human characteristics. Rather human characteristics. And then we'll just, I hit the E key to put the freehand path tool in erase mode. And then I hit E again, and that way I can just go in and, so, you know, what did that take? 1 minute to do that next key. And again, same situation here, where we're gonna just get them colored in there, and then we'll chisel back out the stuff we don't need. Okay, so we want to leave the fingers open here. Ta-da. Okay, and then here we'll just kind of do it like this. This is a bit of a judgment call on how we're handling his eyes this time around. Boom. Okay, boom, boom. He's got a little bit of a belly going on there with the fur color, so that should take care of that. Let me just toggle between these. Yeah, I mean, that's not horrible. It's not great, but let me see if I can make that better. And then here, obviously his hand is no longer on that page, so probably need to get rid of that. And then hit the E key so that we can chisel the issues back out. And then obviously, if we zoom way in close, we can see some flaws that we're going to want to probably fix. Fix, fix, fix. Okay, but we have to fix them on the monkey layer. So we're just going to hit erase here. The really tiny flaws like this right here, going outside the lines a little bit, that really doesn't matter. for what we're doing here. Excuse me. So I'm going to hit this white color. And just go ahead and get the book page in there. Come back here, make sure everything's happening. Okay, here we get the same situation. E key to erase the color that's erroneous from our tween. And remember, I think our final frame here is just a duplicate of the first frame, so. Not quite, but close. So let me just pause here for a moment and think about this. Okay, here I'm going to go ahead and just put that color in there. But yeah, I think what I want to do here is let's go ahead and duplicate it, but we will simply remove his hand. Okay. Okay, so everything else that happens in this shot is a duplicate of other stuff that happened. So these 4 keys could be duplicated downstream, and if I'm not mistaken, okay, I'm just looking for, yeah, and I think let's just go ahead and take our brush and just kind of clarify a little bit of his geometry there. Same thing here, just kind of, because ostensibly his hand actually fell behind the book, right? So, okay, the only other thing we wanted to do is on these keys, I'm going to try this and see if it works. Actually, stop. Let's do this. Let's hit Control Insert, Control Insert, Control Insert. So I'm duplicating these keys so that I can then go like this. This was Darren's idea. So the idea is that he's actually mumbling as if he's reading out loud. I don't know if that's going to work, but we're going to try it. Okay, I would say no. I would say that didn't really work because the problem is it's going by a little too fast. Okay, here in the monkey layer, I think we've got a little flaw here, which I would guess repeats here. Up, right there. Okay, so I am going to overrule. I'm going to overrule on the idea of monkey reading out loud. I'm going to go ahead and give him a mouth. Let me see what happens if I go like this. That's going to... No, that did not work at all. Okay, sorry. Let's just grab these keys. I think I'm in the wrong layer anyway. I'm in the monkey layer and I really probably need to be in the color layer. Okay, so let's go here. Monkey, color. So yeah, I want to be here. And I just want to kind of fix a couple things here, which I assume would be the same on this second go round. That is an erroneous key because I did my erasing actually on the wrong frame. So doo-doo-doo-doo. Okay, so Max Power, how many episodes is it? My plan is for 12 episodes. The initial episode is double length, so it's 48 minutes instead of I'm actually going to go ahead and bake the, oops, sorry, B key. I'm going to bake this into the color layer. And then what we'll do is we'll add the shadows and then actually marry the two layers together. There's no real reason not to. So yeah, I've got, the plan is for a dozen episodes. You know, and if I keep doing it all myself, then it's going to be a dozen episodes probably over 3 years is kind of the plan. All right. I think I'm actually going to marry these two layers together right now, just so I don't have to think quite as much. And then we'll add the shadows. So let's hit rewind. I mean, remember, Monkey is kind of off doing this in the distance. It's really background noise compared to the actual action of the scene. So I'm going to hit Alpha Lock for this paint layer, hit the G key, and then I'm going to go, let's kind of do it this way. Since it is in a separate layer, I can make corrections if I need to. Let's just go ahead and bury all that in shadow, but we'll leave his hand kind of a little more visible. All right, and then we'll just dial it in like so. And I would say probably a little bit of shadow there as well. Let's hit Control Insert. Yeah, that feels pretty good. And we'll just make slight modifications on the shadow info as needed. So this is probably going to be more like that. Hitting the E key to sort of re-erase back out of that. Erase out of that. I'm going ahead and staying zoomed out kind of wide just so I sort of keep my perspective. Maybe a little more shadow there. This could be a little more flattened out, and then so arguably this should be here. That'll stay the same over all of those, and then this will be duplicated here. And yes, it was pointed out earlier that the monkey is technically flipping pages in the wrong direction. Inio-san, are you referring to... I have to look back here and see what you guys are even talking about. I don't know what show you're talking about. Oh, the Primal thing. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I'm not even familiar. Okay, so on my other screen, I guess I'll go up here and say, well, let's just open up 240. Actually, let's not. Let's not open up 245. Nope. We're going to do this the old school way. And I'm going to leave Monkey in a group because I think I might ultimately need to do some color correction on that guy. So this is going to be the background, and I'm going to immediately put it in a layer. And let's block it in very simply, like so. Invariably, I find that I like to have the sky. That's really the wrong color there, folks. Yeah, let's do something more like that. Tend to like to have the sky in its own layer. So we're going to put this on top. So this is going to be just a neutral, unfortunately a bit of a pasty green color, and I want it to be way over here like that. I'm going to hit the E key and actually chisel a little more back out of this. Okay. This is not going to necessarily look like it makes all the sense in the world at first, but we'll see what we can do. Okay. All right. Let's go to our foliage brush because it's just a great utilitarian foliage brush. Okay, and then here we kind of need to do the same thing, like so. we're not really going to knock ourselves out here trying to okay, I'm going to go to my pencil brush. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to hit the G key, go like that. Over here we need to put another. So we're going to have kind of the line here going across the river. We had the crank on the thing. There was a handle like so. And B key, again, we're kind of back to our foliage brush. Kind of make that a little bit small. And then what we need to do is, based on what we had before, since the sky's in the background, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is actually go like this. Get some really dark foliage action going in here. Maybe a little bit over here. Okay, and then we're gonna let's just grab this brush and make it big, because we have to get the sort of there's kind of some forest action going on here, and because this is on the layer in front of the sky but behind the river. Okay, so now what we're going to do, this is going to be kind of fun and interesting. I'm going to actually turn the opacity of the brush down even more, so that as we go back, we're kind of introducing. Actually, you know what? I'm going to redo that and actually put that on another layer so that I can go ahead and just dial the layer down kind of the old school way, like that. Okay. Don't know if this is going to make awesome sense for you guys, but there is kind of a forest situation behind him. Okay, so now what we want to do is essentially let atmospheric perspective allow some of the distance, if you will, to sort of bleed through a little bit, and then maybe we'll just kind of noise it up a bit. And then right here, that's the sky, so let's add another layer and just kind of get some atmosphere happening. Get that a little under control. And I'm going to actually see what happens if we make that one layer higher. But okay, yeah, so I'm going to keep going like this. And here, I'm going to just a little bit of atmospheric perspective. Just a little bit like that. We want to keep this background pretty simple. Okay, so I'm just going to jump to the top here. Not really thinking too hard, just trying to be sensitive to what my instincts are telling me, my finely tuned artistic instincts. And just feel what maybe wants to be in there a little bit. And that's not great. Not great. I didn't do a great job on that. Okay, a little bit of brown down here. I'm going to actually turn the opacity down so I can just ease that in. Because there is kind of a... Okay, that's not too bad. Again, you guys, if you're like, what are you doing, man? I don't get what you're doing. I apologize. I'm just really trying to feel it. Okay. So, okay, this layer has foliage in it, so I think I better add another layer on top. Here. And I'm going to save my work. Do I have a selection? No. I'm in normal mode. Okay, this layer is not quite working for me. I'm going to take this layer out and probably redo it. Well, that's the cool thing when you're moving quick. You can sort of try things, and if they don't quite work, you just redo them. Okay, now we're going to have just a little bit of reflection in the. Okay, so what's missing here, which is glaringly absent, is the riverbank. This sort of sense of the riverbank. So I'm going to turn the opacity way down because I just want to feel a little bit of dirt tone here. Because there's a little bit of ground level there before it actually gets down to the river. And obviously the level of the river itself would be pretty flat. Let me just check one thing here. Ooh, that did not work. So, and this is the danger you do run the risk when you get too many layers going on. Sometimes it's better to just bake it down. Just bake it down and keep moving forward. Alright, so now I'm going to grab a regular plain old pencil. And kind of make it a little bit large-ish. Because we have this device that he's got that he was using for his laundry. And then back here, I don't want to do that. I'm going to stick with my foliage brush, I think. I want to make it really tiny. And then, because what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to create a sense of some shading underneath the lip of the foliage that's maybe growing on the edge of the riverbank. I don't know that I'm doing the greatest job here, trying to move kind of fast. But not horrible, actually. Let's look at this at actual size. And okay, so one thing that obviously would be going on here as well is boom. So there would be a little bit of a shadow from that. Maybe a tiny bit of, maybe some shadow from the trees coming around. This is probably not the greatest shadow situation, but if we go ahead and bite back into it here with the foliage / grass type of thing, we're probably going to be okay. I'm not going to bother trying to grab the shadows on the not going to bother trying to grab the shadows when he flips the pages of the book, but what I am going to do is go up here above everything and try to hem this thing in a little bit. Meaning what? Well, little bit of vignette. And then oftentimes it helps to duplicate it. Put the second one in overlay mode. Let me see. It's going to just make the color a little bit rich. And I would say if I'm going to do that, it probably would be prudent to actually do some of it, this way. Just a little bit of something. Come on. Oh yeah, it's turned off. No wonder. Just a little bit. Man, it just doesn't take very much. Okay, if I put these two in a group, Control G, and then merge the group, I think, yeah, it'll maintain its look. And then if I want to, I can kind of just dial it in. Just dial it in a little bit. Okay, so what's missing? I would say a couple things. Let me save my work. We're getting close to the end of the road here. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. All right. Okay, so on Mel, not monkey, Mel. Okay, we got Mel and we have his mouth. What is this? Oh yeah, that's my color key. Don't really need that right now. I'm going to take Mel and put him in a group, and then what I want to do is put something over top of him like this that is going to be alpha locked and to pop a little bit against the background, right? So let's take we'll call this highlight, and again, it's good policy to insert a keyframe so that you can just make some maybe little adjustments. Boom. Okay, that's not quite working there, folks. It's got to be really, really just catching the edge. Right there's probably not too bad. Yeah, that looks good. This one, it's a tween, so it really doesn't matter as much, but might as well not be sloppy for sloppiness' sake. So, okay. Boom, right there. All right, so we'll insert a key. We don't want to be in erase mode, and I probably should zoom in a little bit so I can kind of see what I'm doing. But this is a pretty small touch that's probably going to add some nice production value, so why the heck not, right? Just give him that rim light that makes him pop a little bit. You always want to be thinking about, you know, like the direction your light's coming from and the effect it's having on things in sort of the volume of 3D space, if you will. I don't know quite how I want to say that, but ooh, boom. Maybe a little bit there even. Probably not. That's starting to violate the aesthetic of the show a bit by doing something like that. It's a little too much. And then obviously we got that tween there, so let's just give him the nice careful rim light, and I would say probably leave it at that. I don't think we need it on the, yeah, all the tweens are, yeah, it's working. It's working. Okay, I actually will say that this is a little bit flawed. Let's just take that out of there. Make this slightly thinner. And then maybe add that edge there, but this is too doggone much. This does not look good. This looks overdone. That's better. That's better. Better, better, better. Okay, this. Again, you know, I just got a little excited. Got a little out of control there. A little out of control. Want to keep it simple, Sherlock. Okay, so now how can we improve Monkey with a global change that helps everything? Well, here's how. Add a layer that's going to be over the entire Monkey sequence. And I actually think probably the best way to do this would be to go like that. Alpha lock it in overlay mode. And yeah, it looks like white is really not what I needed. Let's do kind of an orange. Let's really see if we can punch up the, yeah, let's punch up the saturation on this guy. There we go. So you don't need to use a bunch of filters and stuff. You can just use an alpha locked layer, again, oftentimes in overlay mode, and I can offset this a bit, that effect, drive it home a little bit by just painting that back out of it, and it just gives him, again, you know, a little bit of a nice splash of saturation, which I think is kind of helpful in this case. So I think maybe our shot is done. I think our shot is done. we're going to render it and cut it into the show. Duplicating the vignette and putting an overlay is a nice tip. I never would have thought about that. Yeah, what I did was I found, you know, it didn't look quite right in normal mode. It didn't look quite right in overlay mode because overlay mode tends to kick up saturation. So normal mode is more neutral. It just basically grays everything out while darkening it. So the two together can be a nice effect. But the problem is if you bake them down without putting them in a group first, the way the blending modes sum together will cause you to lose the mixing of the two. So what you want to do is take the two layers, put them in a group, and then merge the group, and then it'll retain the look for the most part. Okay, what is this? Okay, that's my vignette. So let's just call that Vig for vignette. And this is shot number 299. I think this is shot number 299. So I'm going to jump back up to here. And yes, indeedy. So in Vegas, I'm going to go here, and I'm going to select this in the media list. So that's actually not the scene or the rendered scene. That is the storyboard image. So I'm going to go here, clicky, clicky, and what did I say, 299? Oh, I need to render this. Okay. Duh. So let's go back here, render. Sorry. Jumping back to Krita. I might be getting slightly in a hurry here because I'm so close to being done with the shot, and it's been a bit of a long stretch, you know, one stretch. One long stretch, yes indeed. Okay, 299, boom. So we'll let that render. Let's jump back up to Vegas. By the time I get into Vegas, pretty much the rendering will be done, and as we can see, boom, Krita created the frame or the folders we needed. There it is. It's 8 frames a second. We drag it into our show. The properties are going to not be resampled, and now this is important. This is actually going to be a dissolve. 2-second dissolve might be too long. Okay, I would say I'm going to make a little mod here. I'm going to get rid of that and clean my media pool. I'm going to come back to Krita, and probably somewhat importantly actually, we need to take our whole kit and caboodle oops. I want to take everything and move it a little bit downstream. That's not going to want to work. I'd say let's do it this way. It'd probably be easier to go like this. Hit Alt and then just move it all 1 second downstream, and then take these keys that we need at the start. So now it's going to be, that gives us a little breathing room on our transition, and let's increase the length of this sequence to 60, so we're effectively adding one second to it. That would be probably well advised. Yep. So I'm going to save my work, render that baby out. We'll re-import it into the show, and then we'll be done for this very long session. Oh my, what a long session it's been, but that's very good news. All right, 299, and this time we're going to bring in all 60 frames. Sorry about that prior mistake. That prior mistake was a grievous mistake indeed. And here we go. We're going to give it 2 seconds of wonderful transition time. Oh, that's so good. That's so nice. So what a wonderful transition. There. And let's file, save our work. And so, what have we accomplished today? Yeah, 21 seconds of show in 4 hours. Not horrible. No, you couldn't have done it very easily in Vegas. What I could have done in Vegas is grab the first frame from the image sequence off the hard drive and drag it in as a still image and just have that sit there for 1 second. I could have certainly done that. I chose to just readjust the timing. That way, if I have to make... You'd be surprised how often I'm going back to these earlier shots and sort of making tweaks and corrections and fixes. And so... and by the way, I can see that possibly... maybe a slight reduction down to about 850 on saturation, because I think that's maybe slightly oversaturated for reasons I won't try to explain, but that's okay. So let's just go back, see what we've done over the last, say, 3 days. This was kind of last week. Mel is a little bummed out because he's sort of gotten himself in a pickle since he stuffed Asher's best garment into the tree. And anyway, so now we're into Tianara, and here comes Balder. Balder's like, I don't remember what he says, but it's kind of like, yeah, you got yourself in trouble, didn't you? Blah, blah, blah. She's annoyed. Balder makes a snidely comment, which I don't remember the exact line, and off he goes. He is so annoying. And then she hears, she kind of is sulky, but then she notices something in the distance, and there's a shot here we need to redo, or we need to do. And we got her mother having a malevolent conversation with one of the other bad guys, Golik. And she's got some nasty plans that she's up to, which, by the way, means they're going to marry off her. She's being married off against her will, which is, of course, never a good thing for a young lady. And she's like, yeah, you can sing. You're free as a... Oh. I guess you are a bird. But the point is you're free. Free to do what you want, go where you want, wear what you want, do what you want. I'm stuck here with all this work. Okay, you can see how it's duplicating frames. I need to turn off the interpolation here, disable resampling. So because the timeline is 24 frames per second, but the actual animation clips are 8 frames per second. And Vegas does just fine with that, but you do need to make a couple settings. So, you know what, guys? I would say this is successful. 20 seconds in 4, well, it's not 4, it's actually, it's 5 hours. So, could be better. But the good news is, in all likelihood, I'll be able to get a little bit of leverage on some of these next batch of shots. Because once the characters are drawn and in the... Waiting for OBS to reconnect. So that's it, guys. I am done. I use the VSC, and that seems like an easy fix. You mean in Blender? I assume you mean in Blender. You definitely, yeah, for sure. In Blender, it's pretty easy to fix those kinds of things. So anyway, that's it for today. I am going to sign off. Thanks for being here. As you guys know, there will be more.